Hello, everybody, and welcome to what are we playing here?
Tombs
Tombs
of
of
Scoria.
Scoria. How are you guys doing today? Nick, you got a new microphone? What's going on?
I do, yeah. I'm all right, just not got my hair cut yet, but I'm getting there. I think this time next week, perhaps. That's really all that's been going on, not getting my hair cut.
Wait, you said
microphone.
new hair?
That seems to be what's throwing the entire of the United States into chaos as well, is the lack of haircuts.
Yeah. Oh, I've been
People
playing
just can't
Warhammer Total
stand it.
War. It's fucking
Oh.
great, Neil. You've been missing out on that. I know we've talked about
Second
this
one?
before.
First one?
The second one, yeah. It's really good.
Maybe it is. The first one I thought was just so bad. I didn't like it. And
I
so
know,
never
but
bothered to
I
pick up the second.
I watched you stream it when it first came out. You played it for like 3 hours. So
Wait,
It was
somebody
very clear in those 3 hours it sucked.
told me that your favorite game is Final Fantasy Tactics.
Yeah, I love Final Fantasy Tactics.
That's one of my favorite games, Koibu.
Oh,
Wait, have you
Aw.
ever played 1.3?
everyone keeps telling me about it, but I haven't played it yet.
Okay, I think it's really disappointing, but you should try it. It's like an ultra hard mode of Final Fantasy Tactics. It's very ultra hard, but my problem with it is that I think that it makes it so that like you have to beat certain missions in certain ways is what it feels like. Because anytime people find some viable strategies to get nerfed or whatever, but you should definitely try it. It's a way different experience, 100%.
I am very near the end of a run through right now on my public playthrough of it, and on my private playthrough of it right now, I'm doing like only the story missions in order with no grinding outside or going anywhere, and running some cool combinations, and I love it.
With
I love that game.
you're not using any bonus characters, right?
No bonus characters,
okay.
just start with 5 people, and then only do the story missions unless you happen to run into a random encounter between story
Cities,
missions,
yeah.
which hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, because once you get
Love that game.
TG Sid or whatever, you can basically just use
Oh my
him solo to kill everything instantly. Yeah.
Yeah, you get Sid and you get Beowulf, and you just forget everything else.
How are you doing today,
What about
Mr.
you?
Mooten?
Got a haircut. That was it.
Wow. So you don't care about putting people's lives at risk? You just go out and...
I had a mask on the entire time.
Yeah?
The people need paid, and that's why we opened it up in Florida.
Nice.
did you actually have to wear a mask the whole time? Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they have those like visor masks on?
They didn't have the visors. I think they did last time, but everybody had masks on, and they check your temperature and stuff. I think
Ooh.
Miami Beach does it decently, but everything probably should be closed. But yeah.
Damn.
Do they make you wear masks at the beach, or like check your temperature before you get to the beach?
I haven't gone to the beach.
Okay.
I don't think they do that though. I think just at businesses.
Well, let us hop into game then. Yeah.
Yeah.
No one gonna ask
Unless there's
Stephen how he
anything
is.
else it needs.
I'll ask you, Stephen. How's it been? How are you?
Oh,
What have you been up to?
I've been okay. It's been crazier and crazier and crazier every week. But maybe between now and next session, when you ask what's up, nothing bad will have happened.
Nothing will have happened. That's the best you can hope for at this point.
Yeah, that's the hope and the goal.
Yeah.
Isn't that when the book drops? The Trump's niece books drops between now and then?
Trump's niece? Or...
Yeah. Yeah, his niece. The one that's writing the tell-all about the family.
The other
book's already out,
World's
Steven.
Most Dangerous Man.
Oh, yeah. Who made the other book? I'm losing track of the Mattis Bolton.
Bolton?
Bolton was
yeah,
the
John-
most... Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
What a man. What a man.
What a
Alrighty
loser.
then.
I want to make it clear, I'm sorry, to anybody that listens to the VOD or whatever, okay? Just in case you get this idea that Bolton is some great guy. If this was a great guy, he would have fucking testified, okay? Don't do this. Save all the juicy shit for some book deal later. What a piece of shit. Fuck him. Sorry. Okay. That's all I got.
It needed
it's
to be
pretty fair.
said.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, that's valid. All right. So our party is going to reconvene at the castle and speak with the queen and her advisor, Clerdis. He's the only advisor you've seen thus far, but given time, you will meet the other ones as well. And hear about this new place that that is here on your target list.
Just to keep track.
Is there
I like
anything-
is it the 22nd or 21st or
It is the 26th.
26th? Oh, more days. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What day did we go into the tomb that was on the?
22nd.
Okay, 22nd is
when
when
you
the
went
full
to
moon
the
is.
tomb. Yeah, then you went back to the capital, you saw the queen, there was a day of downtime while they identified your objects, then you get your information, and here you are again.
How often are full moons? Like normal?
Every
30 days?
28 to 29 days.
Okay.
28 and a half, 28 and a quarter. Yeah. So, is there anything that you guys want to say or do before you arrive back at the capital, in the castle, through your secret route?
So has this been... Because we were in the castle when we left last time.
Yeah, you were just getting your magic items ID'd, and I think this is probably later that evening. You like show up in the morning, get them ID'd, show back up in the evening, and as they've sent a runner to tell you that they have a new location scouted.
Don't even get one day off, eh? Okay.
You had a day off in between arriving back and the items being identified, so yesterday was your day off.
Okay,
You can,
cool.
of course, get this information and kick it for a week if you want, if you need some more downtime.
No, I'm not
I
sure.
think me and Tyrell are not about kicking it.
Yeah.
Okay. So nothing
just
to
for-
say or do before? Okay.
Just for us to be aware of, I think that our goal, if this influences future missions, is probably to return to that Mount Wick and to try to go back in and see if, with the ideas that we have. Me and MrMouton talked a little bit, and then I don't know what Nick was thinking. The idea is that maybe once the moon door closes, maybe something inside opens. Yeah.
Now that all the
Also-
monsters are cleared as well, I could take 2 of those reveal door spells.
Yeah, we might
we
even
could
level
try.
up between then, and you can get like 3 or something. But yeah.
Specifically speaking on revealed door, what is the text for that, or what does it say?
Let me print it in the thing, I guess.
Okay, when the caster sprinkles sand from their hand and speaks the words, all doors in the area of effect are outlined with a dim light whose color matches that of the sprinkled sand. The light is too dim to be noticed in bright light, and even in dim light can be difficult to distinguish. Furthermore, the light can be blocked by other objects. A trapdoor underneath some carpet may be affected by the spell but remain unnoticed because of the carpet blocking the light. We're playing these spells as written, I'm assuming, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
so you'll need sort of dim or dark conditions to notice what is being revealed.
Gotcha, okay. And then...
Well, maybe we fucked that up then.
and
So I
then
assume I had the lights done last time.
And then rules as written here: if a door appears or disappears based on like moonlight conditions, it should create an outline, right? Would we understand it to work that way?
Probably. Like doors could appear and disappear in different ways, right? They may actually vanish from this plane, or maybe they're just like camouflaged and hidden.
Mhm.
So it depends on the underlying mechanic.
But if they're out of the plane, then they're not a door to be revealed. Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Interesting, okay.
It'd also be weird to like be able to pull a door from another plane into this plane temporarily. That'd be some high, powerful magic shit to do that. It's more likely in this situation that it's simply a door that
We couldn't find.
is like illusionary or hidden until a certain set
Yeah.
of conditions are met.
I mean, we ran into one illusion anyway, didn't we? So the chance of there being more illusions in there is probably pretty high.
True.
True.
Okay.
Wizards tend to focus on like 1 or 2 schools of magic, right? So
Maybe not 1 or 2,
no.
but
Well, specialize in one at the expense of access to 2. Yeah.
yeah. But he wasn't
All
an
right.
illusionist, right?
No, he was actually a generalist.
Yeah.
Oh, what a loser. Never mind then.
Hey, no.
We should play some bets with nobles on the Caledonian expedition if it'll go well or not.
Wait, players do what?
There's an expedition going on right now that comes out favorably in the future, and we're in the past, and we know how it comes out.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Oh, damn.
Got an odds checker. What are the odds that Cal Williams ends up alive? 200 to 1? I'll take that bet.
God.
Okay. You guys make your way back through the city streets in the evening to the barn outside the castle. find your way through the stables to the trap door that leads down into the dungeons underneath the moat, and make your way by guide of one of these servants to the war room, one of the more quiet war rooms here, where you can await Claritus and the Queen. Claritus will show up, the Queen will not, and he will give you a nice deep bow and say, "My lords, it is good to see you again. I have uncovered, or I have a good lead for you."
Fantastic news, Colossus.
Yeah, tell us about this lead.
This one is a heavy one. The Baroness of Berkshire, a Lady Nichols, her eldest daughter was killed earlier this year and buried somewhere outside of Berkshire. I have only now just received word of with what she was buried, and I think the magical items that were left with her will prove to be of great use to you. There is an axe known as a static axe. It charges like you would a lightning bolt spell. He looks towards, not William, Nick, for
Of
like
course.
acknowledgement of what's going on,
I know all about
and
that.
can discharge shocks of power on impact.
I'll speak
She
up.
was
This isn't like a cleric lightning spell, correct?
no, like a wizard one. It is an axe made out of glass or crystal. The original text is in a Kuban, and the word for glass and crystal is actually very similar, and I'm not sure which it means. And it is charged when rubbed with wool or fur or something, holding up to 5 charges. And they can be released to channel electricity into your enemy as you strike them. Additionally, while it retains at least 1 charge, it will provide the wielder with resistance to electrical forces. Furthermore, she should have a cloak of protection to grant her, combat bonuses. A new moon dagger, which is magical in its nature, but 3 times as strong against not undead, lycanthropes, werewolves, and the such. And he takes a glance at Anton, a coin purse of holding. And it's not the bag that you were wanting, but it will hold up to 50 pounds, and it's about the size of a small coin purse that you might have on your side.
Very good. Thank you, Claritus, for getting us a bag rather quickly. I appreciate it.
Claritus, do you not think that it's a tad unwise to raid a grave so fresh? Or how recently did she die?
6 months ago, as when she was entombed. She died a few weeks before that.
How did she die? You said she was killed.
She was killed in raids against Mistria during the winter.
Maestro made it all the way down into like Berkshire for attacks?
No, her team. She was leading a group of knights into Half Hill,
Gotcha.
into the ruins of Half Hill to search, and there was an ambush. She fought valiantly, but fell in the process, and her body was recovered, and she was buried with her belongings. The Baroness has understandably broken up about it, and has buried her somewhere outside of town in a non-public location. I don't know the specific location of the tomb. You'll have to make your way to Berkshire and find it. The Baroness might be willing to show you, although if she's taken precautions as to hide the location of her daughter's gravesite, that might not be that way. But perhaps a grave digger or an architect or someone who worked on the tomb would be able to help you. Maybe some of the other nobles know something. I couldn't get more information without drawing suspicion.
It's probably not wise to go ask the Baroness where her daughter's dead body is. I don't think that
I
she'd
think-
appreciate that.
That would be a little obtuse, but hopefully you can find a way to get the location.
I think me and my brothers will be well suited for this task.
And the grave isn't protected. No undead or anything like that this time. Just a matter of finding it, right?
I hope so. But I would be wary. If someone goes to the lengths to hide it, they might also go to lengths to entrap it. However, without the use of some very powerful sorcerer, it'll have to be physical traps or perhaps permanent illusions, maybe false walls.
Who is
I would
Berkshire's sorceress or sorcerer?
Their Archmage
That's a big title.
is a gentleman named Nicholas.
And how powerful would you say Nicholas is?
About average for a small town like that, somewhere between levels 4 and 6.
Wait,
was gonna
Nicholas
say,
is
we're
what?
all
Who
above.
was this guy again? The
The Archmage of Berkshire.
okay.
Yeah, Archmage is an honorific, meaning like the wizard who works for a town's government, who would work with the Baroness or something. It's not a representation of magical
Strength.
power, but like political. I am the wizard assigned to be.
It's like if you're a cardinal or a
working with-
bishop or something, right?
Exactly.
Unlikely to be capable of summoning the undead or creating permanent illusions, then.
Correct. Unless she
believe
hired someone else, but
An animate dead spell is possibly within the range of power.
It's,
I don't know enough about illusions to be able to speak to that.
Animate Dead is a level 9 spell. Well, you have to be level 9 to cast it.
Ah, well, then that's definitely beyond their ability, I would expect.
who is
Yes.
the town cleric as well? And
The High Cleric?
and who do they serve?
Great questions.
Because for cleric, animate dead is 5th level.
Yeah, for clerics. Well, it's 3rd level, you mean?
Oh yes, sir.
Yeah.
A dwarven woman is the High Cleric. She goes by the name of Roxanne.
And she serves.
She serves Astaire, god of law and order.
Well, I suppose it's hard to plan too much without seeing exactly what awaits us. We should probably get on the road. Take the lay of the land when we get there.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
seems to be
One
the
more
case.
question. We wouldn't know who created the tomb, correct? It wasn't funded by the queen herself, since it was a.
No, the Baroness made the arrangements.
Okay.
And was there a public funeral?
There was a public ceremony. The body was paraded through the streets in a coffin, but its final resting place is known only to those who worked on the grave or were there for the entombing ceremony. I suppose a cleric would probably have been there for the actual process, as well as someone to pole bearers, probably family.
I don't know.
Go
I'll
ahead,
wait to
brother.
my two brothers. I don't know if we should go to Berkshire in our armor. Maybe we could go in disguise a little bit. Could draw suspicion if we went showing noble banners and snooping around and asking pallbearers and stuff where her tomb is.
Yeah, of course. We can probably make
Wise
these plans.
idea.
Yeah, on our own. Is there any other information we need about the city or town?
Well, as you know, Berkshire is a small forest town surrounded by farmland that cleared the forest away. The surrounding areas are particularly nasty, though. To the northeast is an area known as the Pocket. It contains many kobolds and orcs. The Silkwood is above Berkshire, home to monstrous spiders and the occasional forest giant. The West Grove, which is south of Berkshire, is home to ogres, the occasional troll, some orcs, some basilisks roam the area as well. Few and far between, but they do exist around here.
So when you say she was buried out of town, do you mean she was buried like deep into the woods, into the Silkwood or the West Grove, or was she buried,
Just
half
not
a mile
in
out of town?
just not in the cemetery in town. I don't know how far out of town. For all I know, she could have been buried in Fenden.
Right. Okay. Well, that's
Just
quite the.
not in Berkshire itself, not in the cemetery there, nor in the anywhere on the Baroness's land, unless someone has been intentionally spreading false rumors about it.
Do you know the names of anyone in her squad that she was on this raid with when she died? Perhaps they would be close to her.
She had family as well? Like husband, son, daughter?
No husband. She had a fiancé. He's from Coxport. I don't think he was there at the time. He might have been there for the funeral, though. She has a squire. Had a squire. A young lady by the name of Anne.
You said she had a squire. Is she dead, or is she just no longer has a squire? Because she's dead.
The squire, I believe, remains alive.
Okay.
And probably still in service to the Nichols family.
Okay.
Remember, Tara Nichols is the woman's name. Her mother is the Baroness. She also has Tara was known for her exceptional strength. This may come into play at some point. A woman of renowned brawn. She had a bow specially crafted for her to suit her intense strength. That may be there with her. Although, he says, looking at the three of you, that may not be something that is necessary for now.
I know. We're
Although-
all stronger than we look.
I do have a lead on a girdle of giant strength. So maybe one day it'll be useful.
Wow.
Well then,
Jeez, Cletus.
I think we'll be off then, Cletus. Unless there's anything else. Nothing along the way to Berkshire for us to check out as well?
Nothing that serves the grander purpose that we are here for. Although, there is a bridge that crosses the Berg River, and I hear one of the eateries on the east bank is very fantastic.
We'll have to check it out. I'll report back to you on that.
Indeed.
It's a tavern called Last Home, and they have, I hear, the greatest spiced potatoes in the land. That's perhaps too cheery for this somber conversation, though. And of course, it goes without saying that even though our purpose here is for the greater good, none of the people involved would understand or appreciate the disruption of this grave.
Correct.
Noted.
I will stand up, give Clarice a handshake, and
He will
start to head out.
I'll take your hand, give you a deep bow, and say, if there's anything else you need, please don't hesitate to call upon me through, of course, appropriate channels.
We're still waiting on the bag of holding, and I'll give him a wink.
Of course, my lord. Of course.
Got him there, brother.
Sure.
I look to Tyrael. Do we have all the information we need?
It would appear to be the case.
Then we're off to Berkshire.
All right.
As we're walking out. Yeah, how long were we in there? What time is it? What time is it now? Is it dark yet? Are we leaving now, or can we at least have the night to take a rest?
Oh, I think we should wait the night.
Is it
Till it's morning.
Is it just a 1-day trip from the capital to Berkshire, or is it 2?
It'll be a 3-day trip by carriage.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
How many miles do you travel a day again?
20 on the
If you're
horse?
walking on foot on a road, you can do 20 to 30, 25 to 30. If you're going by carriage, you can do probably 40 on a road.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll take the same carriage as last time, right?
Mm-hmm.
They seem trustworthy enough.
I guess it's only 2 days by carriage. There
Yeah,
are
something like that.
distance markers on the roads, so
Oh,
you don't
you're
have
right.
to
36
measure.
miles.
36 plus 27 plus 5. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, take the night. Relax a little, brother. Have a drink or two. Tomorrow morning, we're off.
If you insist.
Still not entirely sure how I feel about robbing grapes that are so fresh, but
It's not robbing, just borrowing.
we're defiling the grave of a brave warrior who fell in combat in service of the land. He's barely been dead half a year.
I agree. I think we should be cognizant of what we're doing here. I mean, it might be still the right thing to do, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't be aware of what exactly it is we're doing.
We will be... I'm a cleric. I'll make sure that the grave is not defiled and everything is put in the proper place, and then we'll see to it that these return after we defeat Scoria.
Always the respectful one, little brother.
Let's hope it's as easy as all that. No weird gaseous wraiths, no one dead. Hopefully this will be a walk in the park.
If Vilthara wills it.
So where do you think we should start?
Which pub?
Yes,
Take us to your favorite.
I shall. We can discuss there. And I'll take him to like the fancy bar in town. Where all the nobles
Excellent.
hang out, you know.
What is this fancy place called, Nick?
Actually, maybe we don't go to the fanciest one because we're kind of looked down upon, right? So I'd probably rather go to like the second most fancy one where there's not too many nobles, so I'm still kind of like a big fish rather than just being like the shit eater.
So sort of like maybe the merchant class tavern.
Yeah, like the nicest merchant one. I don't know what it's probably called, like the I don't know, the Gilded Chest or something like that.
The Gilded Chest. Love it.
So we head down to the Gilded Chest, and I've got my table that I reserve. And I'll sit us all down on our table, waft away the women that flock over to me, and
Can you roll
Sick.
for how many women flock over, Koibu?
Well, why don't you give me a charisma check here, Nick? When you're out and about as a young man on the town,
yes,
are you a flirtatious young man?
definitely. I mean, that's what he's all about. It's pretty much what Imric's been doing since he graduated.
Is just like hanging out and chatting up the girls?
Not
Yeah,
really.
so clearly Tyrael and Anton are cramping my style tonight, unfortunately. But
Just tonight, though.
just tonight, yeah. Usually that dies at 15 at least. Let's just.
So
put it
these
that
are all
way.
the women that flock over. Tyrael, I haven't seen a single one that our little brother talks about.
Wait, what do we how does this roll work? Does this mean nobody came, or
He didn't get 21, so...
Yeah, this means that nobody's coming. There's no one that would be described as flocking over. Perhaps if Nick is telling the truth about his character, maybe there are some shy glances or waves made across the room. But it's probably the presence of his family that is,
Exactly.
keeping
yeah.
people back, keeping them shy. Or he is completely full of shit and lying to you, and he never has any women that are flocking to him. You guys don't really know the truth of this situation.
I think
You
we
just
know the
rely on
truth.
what he tells you.
I mean, you can laugh, Anton, but I don't want to be rude, but maybe you're scaring them off.
It's probably just your personality that scared him off prior. I've seen how you treat the servants.
Servants are one thing. The young daughters of merchants are a totally different thing.
So you like the young daughters.
Well, I'm still young, Anyway, let's not get caught up in numbers. And I'll go and get us a drink before this becomes incriminating.
All right. You can get a drink. A nice waiter in a little Bowtie will come over, ask what you want, deliver it to you, no problem. So while you're here, I'm sure you have your own things that you're going to want to discuss, but the one thing I want to get out of you is, what is your cover going to be? If you go to Berkshire, people are going to hear about it. Someone's going to wonder what you're doing there. Are you going to try and keep a low profile and not answer questions, or are you going to try and create like a false pretense for arriving?
My idea was, is it possible for us to like disappear from Wickthrun for like 5 days and nobody knows where we went? And then when we get to Berkshire, it's more of like we have our symbols off and stuff and trying not to present nobility. I don't know if anybody has a better plan.
No, I mean, I think
you have
we
pretty
should do
recognizable faces, right?
That's
if
true,
anyone, like about 20% of the population is nobility, so if any of them see you, I shouldn't say any of them, but if someone sees you, I'll make a check to see if they recognize you.
They might have seen us at a gala or something before.
Wait,
yeah.
20% of the
Right.
population are nobility.
Did I say 20? I think is it 2%? I think it's 2% is
Sounds
nobility.
more like 2, yeah. Do you mean in Berkshire, or do you mean in Wickthrun, or do you just mean in general?
In general. I think noble population, historically speaking, was...
Would the
2 or 20?
nobility... It can't be 20. That would be 1 in 5 people. Surely not.
Well, I mean, nobility is a whole range of people. But I think it's probably 2, and I'm just having a brain fart right now.
Well, would people in Berkshire recognize us, or do you just mean people in Wickthrun would recognize us?
It's possible that people in Berkshire would recognize you guys. You are sort of a lot, one of those noble families that gets talked about a lot. You know,
Yeah,
you're
they
sort of
probably
famous
recognize-
or infamous.
They'd probably recognize Anton quite easily, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
But, you know,
Burn
I say-
boy of McGarry's.
I say, looking around the tavern at all of the rich merchants in here, you know, we're going to be traveling in a carriage, so it doesn't help for us to pose as paupers. But we could be merchants, I suppose. It might give us a reason to be asking around town, questioning the nobility. I mean,
We should
we'd still have to
probably
be careful, but
we should probably think of how we want to get into the grave, and then we can work back from there. How are we going to
Wise.
figure out where the grave is? How are we going to figure out how to get into the grave?
Well, we do have a few pieces of magical items that we're probably never going to use. The
Wait.
Blessed Mace is an example. I won't use it because I have the spear, which is superior. So maybe we could go posing as like we're selling a great magical item to the Baroness's family or something.
It seems as though it
And-
would draw a great deal of attention to us, no?
yeah, and plus, don't we have to
Good, yeah.
return this mace once this is all over?
We probably should. You're right. Forgot.
Old Babylon up there won't be happy if we never give him his mace back.
The mace was from the Queen.
Oh, okay. Maybe we can sell that one then, I suppose. But I think Tyriel's right. It might draw more attention than we want. Well, you know, how does one go about finding a grave? Like, we'd have to speak to someone who was there.
We could talk about putting one of our friends to rest, getting a tomb built, go to the local.
Yeah, but the whole point of burying this lady was that she was buried away from the general cemetery, right?
Someone had to build the tomb, correct?
Yeah,
Maybe
I
he
think
could
Anton's onto something there. You know?
accidentally give us information.
Like, the priest probably won't speak to us. Any other nobility were there probably will either recognize us or refuse to help us. But
But a
the
stonemason.
stonemason or gravedigger, probably our best bet.
You think
We
it'd be
asked the
odd if we were to
stonemason-
ask a stonemason to see proof of prior work before commissioning a job? Do you think they would show us the tomb?
For enough cash, they for sure would. We want to see his finest work. I guarantee that's been it. We could tell him we're looking to get a tomb built in Wickthrun, and we heard that he has the finest hand in the kingdom.
I just feel bad. It feels
Lying.
strange that not the lying even, although that is bad. But should items go missing from this tomb, the first people that will be inquired upon are going to be the ones that actually worked on it, and they're going to have been paid a great sum of cash by somebody to have been shown the tomb. Seems
Correct.
to point back to us pretty directly.
Yeah, that's true.
Our greatest goal would be to never I mean, how often do you go to Nan's tomb and look what she's buried with, right? I've never opened the casket, nor would I
No.
want to.
Wait, go to
Well,
whose
we-
tomb?
I was saying Nan is like our grandmother.
Oh, it's our grandmother
You're onto
dead.
something there, though, Anton. We do go and visit her, right? You know, her daughter's just died. It's not unreasonable that the Baroness may go and visit her grave.
It would not be unreasonable.
Tyrael's quite sneaky here. If we could find a reason to hang around town, maybe we could follow them. If we could find the general area, at least then we could try and search for the tomb ourselves, maybe the exact location.
That could work as well. It would keep the stonemason out of harm's way, for sure. It would just rely on Tyrael's sneakiness, and I don't know. I'm not very sneaky, that's for sure.
I feel
I'm sure
quite
our
sneaky.
uncle taught him. Yeah.
Okay, then he would have to... Yeah, no, that sounds like a good plan as well. You and I can get drunk in the taverns for a... Well, we can get tipsy in the taverns for a day.
Perhaps
Yeah,
it would be
and,
best if you two kept your wits about you and weren't acting as drunkards while we were
That's why I
trying to figure
said
out
tipsy.
the grave.
We do
is.
need a reason to be in town, though, traveling in a carriage with gold to spend. A merchant seems like a reasonable thing to pose as. I'm sure we could buy some rugs or some vases or something to pretend to be selling.
Yeah. We can go buy maybe... I don't know, what do they want in Berkshire?
Maybe they want something to decorate a newly buried daughter. What kind of things would you put on a grave? Flowers?
Flowers. But we're not gonna go sell flowers. It wouldn't make sense. Well, let's just go. Let's just go buy something that you can only get in Wicktron Threnthra. I don't know how to say it. Wicktron Rorenta.
Wicktron Ra Renta.
Rorenta. Let's go to the
Talking about
local.
things. Well, there's another tavern in town, run by gnomes. Don't know if you've ever been. It's quite
Oh.
a special place. Well, don't knock it till you try it. I'm telling you, this place is like nothing you've ever seen. But the
Are
ale,
they gonna rhyme at me?
they'll do more than rhyme. Trust me, that's a crazy place. I don't know who built it, but it's something else. But the ale they sell, I think they, it's some of the best I've tasted. Maybe we
get a
could sell
cask?
that. Maybe we could sell that in Berkshire.
Tyrael, are you okay to go see the gnomes?
I mean, I don't know what purpose it would serve, but I can tag
None,
along with
don't
you
do
two.
it.
Well, I mean only as a something to sell. I'm not trying to.
No,
I
I
don't
think
know how
it's a
many
grand
people will
idea.
have a great interest in our whereabouts. We're some nobles. We come into town. We stay at an inn for 2 or 3 days. We could just as well look as though we're passing through.
We could just say we're going to kill a frost giant or something up there.
I don't think we have to say anything. Who's going to be inquiring as to why we're in this town?
Well, what if
What if
people
somebody-
ask us?
Who's
They
going to
might
what do we
recognize
say?
us.
Don't talk to anybody. You're quite antisocial, little brother. You're used to it already, no?
That wouldn't make much sense if somebody comes up to us asking what we're, why we're
How
here.
often
We're
does a man on
nobility.
the street come up to you and ask you what you're doing?
I'm pretty sure we've been asked already what we were doing, like once or twice now.
Perhaps
We're
by our
nobility.
servants. I mean,
We can play it by ear, but I think we should have a contingency plan. It doesn't seem like there's no reason not to have a reason if we do get asked. You're starting to sound like our little brother who would just, half-ass everything and run it down.
Hey, now. I'm the one trying to come up with a plan here.
We might as well have an idea for it that we can all stick to.
well, I mean, we've already gone hunting
Merchants.
up in Mount Wick. We can go to Berkshire to see if we can hunt in the Silkwood as well, I'm sure.
Hunt those spiders. Beautiful idea.
Or sure, maybe bringing back the skull of a basilisk or something. It'd be a great tale for us. It's a simple enough
Yeah.
excuse.
All right. There we have it.
Okay. We're not
We'll
going
avoid
to
the
see the gnomes
gnomes.
then. All right. Fine. Okay, well, cheers to a well-made plan. Tyrael, Anton, I'll pour us a drink and make a cheers.
I'll do it. Cheers.
All right. You clink your glasses. Your plan formed. Anything you guys need before you set out? And are you setting out tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. I need new arrows, which I assume I can just restock.
Yeah. Don't worry about that. You just get them.
Yes.
Just rations on our journey.
Let's see. So when you're traveling from Wicthron-Orenta to Berkshire, you'll probably be taking the road, and there's a natural stopping point at this bridge because it's a 40-mile journey. You can go about 40 miles a day in your wagon, and it's 36 miles from here to here. So you're gonna have to stop somewhere. There is an inn and tavern and some other things along this bridge as a natural resting place. So you don't need rations if you don't want. You'd be staying indoors anyway. Unless you specifically want to stop somewhere in the wilds.
No, that makes sense to just stay in the taverns.
Yeah, we can get rations in Berkshire if we need to travel out of town. Because if we're going hunting, it would make sense for us to buy rations anyway.
Yeah.
We'll bring an extra change of clothes, spare shoes, shovel, and a pick. Probably.
Okay. These things can be packed into your cart by your servants.
Somebody want to put that on the party sheet?
I'll just throw it on there. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Ferret will load all the stuff in. Anaya will get the wagons and the horses ready, and you can set out the next day for Berkshire. Anything you want to do along the way? Do you want to stop at that place and chat about it, or?
In terms of clothing packed, just to be very explicit, I would like to explicitly have a set of clothes that looks like a commoner or lower commoner clothing.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Done.
Yeah, spare clothing, probably just lower commoner stuff.
Okay.
And I think we're just gonna go as quick as possible.
Sure. It'll be a 2-day, fairly comfortable journey in the back of this carriage of yours as you trot your way to Berkshire. You will... Let's see. The road is usually pretty safe. Monsters tend not to attack carriages on the road, but it is not always 100% safe. Today is fine, though. You can make your way down the road, cross the huge stone bridge that spans the Berg River. There's a little bit of civilization on either end, just a couple of inns and taverns, some shops. There's a set of docks down here because this large bridge is a travel point, a trade point. Ships that come to Bon May will move goods up the Berg River, and then they'll be loaded onto carts that will then head off to Wicthron-Orenta or Berkshire or wherever. So this unmarked little trading post is a place of some importance in the area. But you can pass it without any problem. Arriving in Berkshire after crossing the upper Berg River twice, 2 days later, Berkshire is a small little town of half-timber buildings, white walls, or white plaster, standing in stark contrast to the brown wood. Most places here are 1 or 2 stories tall. There's a large market square that is open on Sundays, where people from all over will bring their goods and trade. Most of the time, there's not a lot of commerce happening here. It's a pretty backwoods sort of place. The keep where the Baroness lives is actually located outside of town on the east side of town. And the town itself is a little bit further away from the keep, giving the people more of an independent sense than you might find in many of these other places where the keep is located in the central area and the ruling class is seen about all the time. Here it's a little bit more reserved. Yeah. You arrive in Berkshire.
Well, if the keep's on the east, that's where I would venture the grave would be.
Wait, did we hear that? Do we know that?
Yes.
Yeah, you would know that about this area. You're all educated.
Okay.
When Cletus said it was buried outside of town, do you think he meant, like, if it's just buried right next to the keep, does that count as outside of town, or?
It's probably more east or more out, but I would assume it would be on that side of the world. I'm guessing, I mean, Tyrael has to go and...
Wait, when we say a keep, are we talking about where, like, the Baroness and everybody lives?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we know that it's not buried where the normal cemetery is.
Correct.
It probably wouldn't be right next to the keep, because I think they were trying to make it somewhat discreet.
Yeah.
Correct.
But if the keep is on the east side, I doubt they're, like, this isn't going to be built, like, 20 miles away or something, right? It should be relatively...
It should be, like, within a few miles for them to walk or something, I would assume.
You'd hope so,
by
yeah.
carriage, yeah.
Yeah. So the guess is somewhere like within that general vicinity.
Okay, so what do we do? How do we wait this thing out?
So these people probably wouldn't be walking to the grave, right? You wouldn't expect nobles to walk if it's more than like half a mile, even more than like a mile, probably.
Yeah, I think so. Sure.
I would take a carriage.
Indeed, as would I.
Do you think that we could start narrowing things down? If we search outside the estate, we could try to see if there are non-main road paths that have been made that might lead to like a grave that's been built a mile off with its own path. I guess if you wanted
Good
to make
point.
a secluded grave, that would be the way to do it.
A carriage
Yeah,
would leave a hefty trail, I would assume. Multiple
Well,
Or
times
they would have to
traveled.
pave it or something. They'd have to clear the way for it to be made traversable by carriage, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of forest around there. A carriage wouldn't be able to go through that without a path.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea.
Should we check it out at night, or should we just go on a walk during the day?
Absolutely at night. It would look very strange to be circling a noble residence in the daytime.
Sure. All right, then tonight we'll go out.
And what did you tell, if anything, your servants when you arrived? When you gave them your destination of Berkshire?
Go on another great hunt, I think.
Into the
Another great
Silkwood.
hunt? Okay. Great. Then they've brought you all your gear, your weapons, and your armor. You guys can stay at the Red Rooster, a nice tavern here, a nice inn here in town, just down the street from the main square.
Shenanigans not here.
That's well below
It's
your.
below our standards.
Okay. for sure.
Yeah. It's just a bunch of weirdos that go there.
All right.
Cool.
We'll discreetly, if possible, go out at night.
Okay.
Is there a path
Nighttime.
towards the keep, or are we just wandering right into the forest in the middle of the night?
Great question.
So
We'll
can
check
we-
it out during the day.
Should
So
be easy to find out, yeah.
there's a very clear route off of the main road that leads to the keep. You saw as you were driving in. It's maybe 2 miles, 3 miles out of town, and then like going northward a little bit. So 2 miles east, a little, less than a mile north.
Mhm.
So that would be like right around here is where the keep would be.
Okay.
So are you wanting to then just like venture around the keep and walk
Yeah,
around it in
we
the
can do
middle of the
that.
night?
Or like early evening-ish, I guess, when it's a little bit darker outside, but not super dark.
But let's not walk along the path, right? Let's get to where the path turns off the main road and then maybe walk 50 yards into the woods parallel to it or something like that. Just because, if I was the Baroness, I'd probably have guards on that path at night.
Mm-hmm.
How are we going to be able to see the path? Obviously, we have light stones, but they'll also.
If this is like a
illuminate us.
heavily wooded area, the path should be,
should be-
very obvious. Like,
Okay.
yeah. Or quite obvious. Like, we should be able to pick out, like, okay, like a carriage can travel through here. That's
so
why
we're going
I'm-
to head to the keep and then sort of look from there.
Yeah, we can just
Or-
basically circle it. Like, I imagine out of the keep, there should be, whatever storage and farming areas they have, there should be one main path that leads to the road, to the main road
Yeah.
to get back into Berkshire. And then what we're looking for is potentially a second path that might lead off to somewhere else, would be kind of like what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could be off that path that we take when we leave the main road as well.
It could be, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Look, let's not get too complacent. The woods are dangerous at night. Did Cletus mention what lives in the pocket? Anyone take note of that?
He listed a ton of monsters. He said very rarely, but there could be basilisks. He mentioned hill giants, I think, or mountain
I
trolls or
believe
something. Like,
those were in the West Grove. I
Yeah.
don't remember what he said in the pocket.
yeah.
In
I
the
mean,
Silkwood spiders.
I'd imagine it'd be relatively similar, right? But yeah, I don't know.
Should be relatively safe. We're near the keep, anyways.
Good point. They probably built the keep in the safest part.
I would hope.
That would make sense.
All right.
Okay. Off you go into the evening. You can make your way down the road back towards where the Baroness's keep turns off from the main path. You find yourself here. The sun has yet to set, but is getting sort of low in the sky. Your servants are tending to your rooms at the Red Rooster. There's no one on the road anywhere. In front of you is the path that leads to the keep. It goes about a half mile or so. To your left is Berkshire. To your right is eventually a bridge that crosses the Upper Berg River. How do you want to go about this?
So I think we walk slightly past the path, like 50 yards, and turn off into the woods. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got to keep an eye on the path, though, because if it's not straight, then we probably lose it.
So you're gonna like go off to the side and then walk parallel to the path? Is that my
Yeah.
understanding?
That is our goal.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we see anybody, we can duck behind a tree.
Would we say that a torch, like, if somebody was to say, look over to the forest, are they less likely to see a torch than a lightstone?
They're both. Well, the torch is probably going to be less likely because Lightstone covers a
It's
much
daylight.
broader area.
Yeah.
But they will have different qualities to them, right? Like a torch is going to wave and flicker, and it's going to obviously be a fire source, whereas a Lightstone is going to be very steady and known either as like a Lightstone or like a really well-made lantern with like nice glass around it.
How thick
so
is
you'll
the
be
forest,
giving-
though?
It's actually fairly lightly wooded in the immediate vicinity around Berkshire. I would say that there's not a lot of ground cover. The trees are far enough apart that you could ride a horse through the area without too much trouble.
But not a carriage.
Yeah, a carriage would be really difficult here. The ground is still uneven, and there's rocks and little potholes and ditches and gullies. So it would be tough for a carriage to go through this terrain.
I just worry that they might see a torch in the woods heading towards the keep.
I mean, are we
The-
on their land? Like, would this be considered like trespassing? Because if not, I mean, we're hunters. We could be staking out where we want to hunt the next day, right?
That's a great question, because you will have the concept of protected land that you can and cannot go through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this area around here would probably be the Baroness's private woods,
Wait,
and
when you-
hunters here would be considered poachers.
When you say around
There,
here, are
man.
you circling something, or because I can't see anything? If you're
Oh, no, like around the area that you're at, like
Okay.
around the keep itself would be the Baroness's private land.
Gotcha.
How is the night sky looking? Is it a bright night?
Wait, sorry, I've just had a thought. Didn't Clerta say that she's not buried on the Baroness's land?
It's a very clear night.
I remember him
And,
explicitly saying that she's not buried on like the normal cemetery area.
Yeah.
I don't remember
It
what
said
she said about
outside
that.
of
Yeah.
Berkshire.
I feel like he might have said that she wasn't buried on the Baroness's lands, but
If he
maybe
says
I
that, there
misheard.
should be a path there. I would assume.
There
Well,
still
I guess
should
there
be a
could be a
path.
path to the town through there, but yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Very clear night. We should be able to see. Just keep walking.
Yeah, I've also got the ever-burning candle that I could maybe use if we do need a little bit of extra light.
Okay.
All right. So through the woods you will go in the evening. For now, you can make your way without any artificial light source,
Mhm.
for it is a very clear night. It is a few days after the half moon, so the moon's not that bright anymore, but it is nice and clear, and it's the middle of summer, so the most stars are out in the sky as possible right now.
Yeah.
And I guess we're just gonna wander around looking for something that looks like a way that like wagon tracks, right? Somewhere that
Well, sort of, but aren't we really heading to the keep and then going to circle around it looking for another path?
Well, that's what we're doing now, right? Kind of, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we're not just wandering around aimlessly in the woods. We're following the road to the keep, and when we're like a decent distance from it, we're going to try and like circle around to look for another path.
Here we go. There we go. This is, I had to resize it. This is about the sort of woods you would be expecting.
Okay, very nice.
It's fine.
Hmm That level of ground cover and density. Okay.
Okay.
Can I get a perception check from everybody in the party to see if you can spot any of these things you're looking for?
Just get a 20, and it should be we should be done here.
Oh, Jesus.
Well,
Well, I got a 20, which is not a fail or a pass, right?
so you will move through the woods looking for tracks for somewhere that a carriage could be, somewhere that might be like a grave marker or something like that. And you will end up hiking the whole half mile to the Baroness's keep, to the point that you can start to see lights in the distance through the woods, high off the ground, letting you know that it's like in a tower or atop a wall or a large structure. And as the lights come on in the keep and the sky begins to dim, you find yourself not seeing any such trail or path. You do cross multiple game paths, footpaths that are probably from the Baroness's hunters or from whatever animals that come around through here. Deer trails, badger trails, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But nothing sizable enough that a wagon would go through here, and nothing well tread enough that you would expect it to be an important avenue.
So that's coming towards the place, right? Towards the keep, Koibu?
Yeah, so if this is, I'm gonna move the picture again. If this down here is the main road,
yep,
the one that's in orange now, and the black one is the one that heads north. You guys have come alongside it all the way to the keep.
And the keep is like right here or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we able to go? Are we able to go like around?
Yeah.
And then check out the back area.
Yeah, you can totally do that.
Keeping a safe distance for the record.
Yeah, keeping it safe distance. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. At this point, though, you're going to have to start using some sort of artificial light. The evening is beginning to wane, and the night is coming. So how are you going to light your way?
Would a candle work or not?
A candle will illuminate pretty much what's at your feet directly if you kind of lean low and hold it over the ground. But it won't give you a lot of cover or a lot of vision around you.
All right, for a light spell, or for a light, what's it called? A light stone. Are we able to illuminate it like a flashlight in a certain direction?
No, it's a magical thing that'll fill a huge area around you. Even if you cover it so it's only shining in one direction, the magic of it will just fill
through
around
everything.
Yeah, and it'll be pretty obvious to anyone that is manning the walls.
Wait, so you're saying that if you cover it in like a blackout blanket and leave only a small gap, it'll come out of that gap and then go all
It'll
around?
fill the area, yeah.
Well, I know how we can get around it. I have a darkness stone on me. So what we would do, it's magical darkness. You would assume that it's already really dark out. What we'd have to do is we'd have to take the darkness stone. We'd have to place it 10 feet to the left of us. And then we could have our light stone out 10 feet to the right. And it should, from our right, be completely light. However, on the left, it will be pitch black darkness, that sliver of 10 feet. But
sounds a bit cumbersome.
It's going to be kind of awkward.
No, that's actually a way. This would actually be really easy to do, right? So one would walk on the left, one would walk on the right. The one on the left would hold the dark stone. The one on the right would hold the light stone, and you just walk, keeping the castle
parallel.
Basically.
Yeah. So one person's gonna have to take the dark stone, walk in pure darkness 10 feet away, or at least a little bit away, and then I'll pull out the light stone.
Let me posit a theory though. What if we get attacked? What happens then?
Attacked by who?
Anything. A monster, an animal.
Then we fight.
Then we fight it.
If what anything, do we do with the darkness stone and the light stone?
The dark stone person's gonna have to chill while we fight.
Well, we could sheathe the.
You could also put the dark stone in your pocket, and you should be fine.
Wait, how dark or light is it right now? You said it was a relatively clear night. Is it if we were to put the light stone away, is it pitch black and we're blinded, or is it just gonna be dim light, or what?
It's going to be hard to see what's happening around you. You would have significant penalties on any sort of perception checks to see what's happening about you.
But for fighting, are we going to have disadvantage or minus to hit on attacks, or?
You'll have a penalty of 2 to your hit and a penalty of 2 to your AC. If your enemy is also affected by the darkness, then they'll have a penalty of 2 and a penalty to their AC of 2, which means they essentially wash. But if your enemy has night vision of any kind, if they're a predator or a creature with dark vision, then they'll have advantage on you.
So if we have the magical light stone, nothing should fuck with us.
No, but I'm not even talking about combat penalties. I'm talking about this choreographed way of walking we've got, where the darkness stone stops anyone in the keep seeing the light.
Yeah.
When we start fighting, everyone's going to be moving around a lot. That's going to fall apart.
Well,
really
we just
quickly.
I would use an action to put. We would both
light
put
stone
stones
away. You
Yeah,
have to
and
put the stones away and fight in the dark. Okay.
Yeah.
Keep in
Which
mind
we
that
shouldn't have to
anything
fight,
that attacks us in the dark probably is able to fight in the dark as well. It wouldn't
Correct.
make sense that something is hunting in the dark that can't see in the dark.
Or the darkness stone person drops the stone, walks over to us with the light stone, and then we just fight there in the light. We won't have penalties. The darkness stone will still be covering.
We'll get riders from the castle that way, though. From the keep, they'll come out to see what's going on for sure, 100%.
Wait, why do you think so?
If
Because the darkness stone would still be covering it.
We're gonna be
If we're in a fight, shouldn't we be able to be stationary? It's attacking us.
Yeah, okay. Look, why don't we...
Does that make sense?
Should we not have maybe done this during the day? Would we not have been harder to find in the day?
Well, they'd
be
easier
easier
to
to
see
find.
us, right?
Well,
Yeah,
we'd
no,
be
I
in
think
the-
this is a good
be in
plan.
the
I think we're
woods.
100% fine if Steve goes on the left with the darkness stone, or even you, Nick, because you can cast spells 10 feet away. You have the darkness stone on the left side, magical darkness covers, and me and Tyrael walk on the right side with the light stone. If anything happens, you shoot spells. We handle it. We won't move. We'll just stand our ground with the light stone, so nothing's seen.
Can
Which
he
this should be
see
100%.
outside of the dark stone, or is he gonna be blinded?
Yeah, it's
within
gonna be
the-
it's gonna be the left of him. That's the magical darkness.
What wins between magical darkness and magical light?
It cancels.
So he's just gonna be normal darkness then.
Correct.
Yeah.
But we're in the light.
Okay, I'm okay with it. I think it works. It sounds a little convoluted, but I think it works.
We'll see shit on our right. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right, I'll trust you.
So you're
Let's
going to
go.
overlap your light stones like this, right?
Yeah.
So everything on, if you are viewing from the left side, you will see this crevice of darkness and won't see the light beyond.
It'll be pitch black. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And then we're gonna circle the castle. So like, say the castle's here, we're gonna circle it like that, so we get the
Right.
whole range of like view.
Right. And so the area of good illumination is going to be this crescent on the other side.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you'll have one person with one stone, one person with the other stone, and then one person in the crevice, the crescent, to see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know if they
This
have to be
is-
in the crescent, but
Well, yeah.
They-
what's the
yeah.
radius of your light stone? 30 feet?
30 feet, I believe.
30 feet? Yeah.
Yeah.
And we could even
Should
have
be
these a
fine.
little bit farther apart, so it's not just this little sliver of vision, right?
Okay. So this plan is theoretically super sound. The one issue is that you're going to need to be careful that the keep is always that the darkness stone is always directly between the light stone and the keep.
Correct.
Right? If you're walking and it sort of like slips, someone might get a sliver of cover.
Yep.
Since we won't be able to see the keep because the darkness will be blocking you, we're going to need some sort of check here to make sure that you keep these two things in perfect order as you go around the keep. And I'm willing to hear arguments for what sort of check this would be, just to make sure everything lines up and the plan follows through correctly.
Well, I don't want to scroll us into making two checks, but there's kind of like two parts to it, right? There's like the intelligence and making sure the angles are right, and then there's also like the dexterity in making sure that we keep our steps in line.
If we really don't want to be seen, I think that... So earlier we ran 3 perception checks to see who could see what. What we could say is the two people... So whoever's holding the Darkstone is just walking, looking to his right to make sure that everybody's kind of in line. And whoever's holding the Lightstone is making sure that he's keeping track such that, like, the Darkstone guy is always between him and the castle.
Yeah.
And then the person in the middle is the only one allowed to make the perception checks. So we wouldn't, like... It should be trivial to make sure that you're walking correctly. But we could argue that because they're paying attention to that, they're not also like looking around for paths or whatever. So we would only get one perception to look for things, one perception check to look for things.
I have direction sense as well, Koibu.
Mm-hmm.
That would be like, I know where the keep is. I'm able to keep me and my
sounds
friend.
like that sounds like what we need.
I'm able to keep me and my friend like parallel of where the keep was, and we're able to keep it perfectly aligned.
Okay. Yeah, I think you can arrange this in such a way that you can... Yeah, if you can make me a direction sense check, then that it would work perfectly.
19.
There you go. Fantastic. And then one other person, make me the perception check to see if you can... What you see around as you walk around. Anyone other than Mooten?
Well, I'm holding the Darkstone, so...
Yeah.
Ooh, natural 20.
Nice.
Yes. You will pass some game trails, and you will pass one trail that looks like it's wide enough for a wagon. It's about 6 feet wide. The area here has not been perfectly leveled, but has been cleared of trees, so there's a nice, easy passageway all the way through. It perhaps looks more like a riding trail than a wagon trail. and it leaves off of the exact back end of the keep.
So are we
Okay.
able to... Stone's away. I'll like give him the signal to put the... I'll put my stone away first, then he'll put his stone away.
Yes.
And we're going to start walking towards that way, and then we'll pull out the darkness and redo it in a format of...
Or if we're just walking, we've already identified the path. All we need is like a candle, just to make sure that we're seeing
Yeah,
the
yeah.
path. Yeah.
Wait, but first of all,
that's fine, yeah.
let's check the ground. Like, how recently does it look traveled? Does it look recently cleared away? Does it look like maintained?
Probably have to put the shit away. Just go up and check
It looks
that, yeah.
very similar to how this picture looks, where you've got like this gap between the trees, and it looks like there's sort of a path that leads in this line that I've drawn.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look like it's been recently cleared. It looks like it's been well maintained over a long period of time. And the ground cover, the soft mosses are still growing here. So it's definitely not been recently scraped. But then again, 6 months ago is probably long enough for moss to grow back.
Yeah. So this could be like just the emergency escape from the keep if they're getting attacked or something like that. But it also could be the path that they take to get to the grave as well.
Well, we have to check it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to check it.
So.
Okay.
Yeah. You head down the path. It leads less than a quarter mile away from the keep, and you arrive at a small bronze fence that runs maybe 100 feet on each side of a square. And inside is a cemetery, a very old cemetery. This looks very much like what the nobles here would use, probably the family cemetery of the Nickel family.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So-
Inside are gravestones and a few mausoleums, maybe 8 feet wide, 8 feet tall, with a little pointy roof to them.
Are we far enough away from the keep now that we don't have to worry about the light stone or not?
No, a light stone will shine through the darkness like a beacon to anything for miles around.
Okay, so I will take out my ever-burning candle and light it and start checking the names of the graves. And I'll look for, like, recent flowers on anything.
Or just names. I mean, we're looking for a particular, like we know.
Yeah, we know her name is, hang on.
Wait, did we ever get
Tara.
her name?
Tara Nichols.
Tara Nichols. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Name after name reads of the Nickel family. There are a few that aren't Nickel family. These must be high-profile people who have served the Nickel family over the years. But the most recent grave was marked 4 years ago, and that would have been the Baroness's husband who died and was buried here. There is nothing more recent than 4 years old, and yeah.
Okay, so... like, this graveyard wouldn't be a secret, would it? Like, if Cletus is saying he doesn't know where she's buried, she's probably not buried here.
I would assume that she's going to be buried near her family. Maybe let's go around the back and see if there's another trail or something like leading out.
There's mausoleums as well, so she could be potentially, like, hidden in one of those.
Yeah. What is a mausoleum? Can you?
It's like a big building where they
It's
store
like a
bodies.
structure where you might hold multiple bodies, or maybe just one body in a more ceremonial way. And the mausoleums will have names on the outside of who is entombed here and when they lived and when they died. And none of these dates will coincide with the Terra's death.
Is
But
that
if you want
husband?
to hide someone, I think you would put him in maybe an unmarked mausoleum.
Yeah. We
Is
can.
her dad in one of the mausoleums? Or is he in a grave?
Her dad is in one of the mausoleums, along with a couple of younger children that didn't make it through childhood.
That's
Okay,
what we'll check
so-
then first.
Seems like the best place to start.
All right. The mausoleum that you're looking at that has the father and some of these stillborn or young died children is stone on 3.5 sides with a brass gate that leads into it. The gate is locked. No.
How locked is it?
Locked? I don't know how to answer that question.
I nudged Tyrael.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what's it
Can you
locked
open
with?
that?
There's a big padlock on the
Okay.
gate, so that you would need a key to open it. But you can sort of see into the room, and you'll notice that there's a spiral staircase that leads down underground.
Could I try my luck at picking the lock?
Absolutely.
Oof.
Rob some graves.
My skill on this is pretty bad. 25%, okay.
Okay.
Oof.
What does that mean? What do I need to roll for this to work?
You want
25 or lower on a D100.
Okay, 25.
And you can use the sheet interaction, or you can just roll the D100 on your own. The sheets are
That's
for
it.
your convenience, not for your
That's
necessary.
okay. I just need to know what I needed to roll. Okay, all right. That's
Yeah.
the most important.
Roll
part.
low.
It's important. You have to project onto the dice
Yes.
what you want from them.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
It takes you about 9 minutes, and eventually there's a very satisfying click, clack, clook of the lock, and the gate swings open freely.
So that's why Mom and Dad sent me to cleric school.
Well done, brother. Pat him on the back.
Glad all my time with my uncle wasn't wasted.
What should we do with the padlock? Should we bring it with us just to make sure it doesn't get...
Oh, it's like part of the gate. It's built into it.
Ah, okay.
We
will close the gate behind us.
It'll lock itself if you close it.
Oh. Okay, can I fasten... So I have silk rope.
Mhm.
So what I'd like to do is not close the gate completely, but I'd like to take silk rope and tie like the gate like kind of shut. Do you know what I'm saying?
Tie it
so like
that
not
the gate. Yeah.
so it's like
got a few
adjacent.
inches of
Yeah,
wiggle
it's
room.
got a few
Yeah, I
inches.
get you. Okay.
Okay.
And
That
I'll
way
also
someone wouldn't
put
be able to open it easily.
well, and it wouldn't like fling open and be like super noticeable.
Right.
I'll also cut a little piece of rope, and I'm gonna put
Mm-hmm.
it in where the padlock would latch. So if it like accidentally closes or something, it will stop.
It'll stay. Perfect. Very clever.
Smart.
Okay. Into the mausoleum you go.
All right. What are we looking at here? It's like a room with a spiral staircase going down.
Yeah, there's some trappings on the walls, family crests and that sort of thing, names, titles, deeds that have been done by the dead. Again, no mention of terror whatsoever. And you can head down the spiral staircase that goes about 15 feet underground to a nice, cool, dark area.
Wait, just to
here-
clarify though. As I'm going around this first room reading the deeds of the dead, I'm just gonna like pat my hand like up and down the wall, just making sure there's no like false walls as I go around reading it.
Good. Yep, you can do it. Mausoleum has no false walls. It's also, the other side of that wall would be the
Would be
outside.
open
There's
area,
no
yeah.
hidden.
Okay.
there's no
Yeah.
hidden-
Inside this, we should be able to pull the light stone, correct? Or is the candle enough light?
Once we go
The candle's
downstairs
not
enough.
light to see things.
Yeah, once we go downstairs, we'll do it.
Once you're
Okay, once we're
downstairs,
downstairs.
it should work well.
Yep.
You can head downstairs about 15 feet underground to a large 20 by 20 stone chamber with bodies interred along the walls in small stone sarcophagi. Well, just stone sarcophagi, not small, but not overly large and elaborate.
So how many people are we expecting to be buried in here?
There
Judging by
should be
the
5
details.
corpses in here by the names.
And how many sarcophagi do I see?
You see 5. 1 that's full size for a person, 2 that are sort of child sized, and then 3 that are infant sized.
I'd imagine that if she felt so special about her daughter, she'd probably be buried on her own somewhere, not necessarily one of these mausoleums with 4 or 5 other people. But you said there were multiple mausoleums, right? There was another one?
Mm-hmm. There are 2 more.
There are 2 more? Okay. If it's not here, we can
Yeah.
check
Okay.
the other.
I do the same thing now. I check the walls for false walls or...
Sure. Give me 2 more lockpicking checks.
Wait, no,
For
no,
false
sorry.
walls, lockpicking?
Yeah.
No,
I mean, down-
because the other mausoleums are going to be locked as well. So if you want to check each mausoleum, you're going to have to pick the
Oh,
locks
I
on
thought
them.
he meant down in the downstairs area. He was.
Oh,
checking
I
the
see. I'm
false
sorry.
walls.
Yeah. So for the
Just to
false
make
walls
sure there's
down
no
here-
illusions, right?
Yeah, give me a
Right,
saving throw
right.
versus spell.
Yeah.
The way illusions work, if there's a wall and you think it's you're
Yeah.
looking at it and you try and put your hand on it and you
Sure.
believe the illusion, you're actually not going to put the pressure that you might need. So that's
Oh,
a
yeah.
fantastic success. Yeah. There's no false walls, no illusions in here. You're good.
Okay. All right.
Should we
I mean,
not check the full-size body? I know it says the husband. Is there any reason just to not open it up and look? Take a
I
gander?
don't think that they would mislabel their graves. That seems to
Yeah.
be quite extreme and dishonorable.
He died 4 years ago as well. They'd have to have like gone back and edited it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't
If
think
you'd
we're in
like to
business
open
of
the other
taking
mausoleums,
items.
we'll need 2 more lockpicking checks to get through those other gates.
Would you argue that it'd probably be the same locks, and he might have a
Some
great
familiarity?
advantage because
I
he
mean,
just did
I
one?
would argue it.
If you've
might
done
do
one
it right
lock
now.
of the thing, you should be able to get it multiple times, I would assume.
That's true. You know, and it is going to be the same key for all of them, so it's probably the same lock. Let me just check the text of the lockpick description, see if there's something in here that specifically calls out.
Well said, Moon.
If
Thank you.
as much as I hate grave robbing, if this is the husband of the estate,
He's gonna have some good shit, yeah.
do you think?
I know. It's the
I mean, we
fucking
could
husband.
we could check him,
Well, we could check
I think
it.
we're doing it for the queen. I mean,
huh?
we may as well.
I mean,
just
we're
look.
already robbing one grave. I mean,
What is two, brother?
Well, look, I mean,
What
our
is
brother's the
two
cleric
graves?
here. If Anton says it's okay, then I guess it is.
I asked Vilthara. No, not really, but
yeah, I mean, we might as well.
I think it is the Lord's will that we do it. So
We can
I'll
check.
go and gingerly
have to argue
check
with the
around
gods.
for. Yeah, I'll open it. Stop smiling, Koibu. We're lawful good.
And so it begins.
You can pry open the sarcophagus. The top will lift off and slide over, and there will be the body of a decayed old man.
With?
Jewelry, amulets, weapons.
He'll have some jewelry on him. You'll notice that he's got some false teeth made out of gold. He doesn't have any weapons on him, no armor. He does have some, pretty pieces
Rings?
of jewelry that he's wearing. Yeah, he's wearing rings. He's wearing a necklace. His clothes, even
As a
though
cleric,
it's been
would
4
I-
years, are kind of nice.
Do people ever put like someone's like ceremonial sword or something like under their body, or would it usually be like on top of them?
It'd be on top. Yeah.
I will pocket the rings and the necklace.
Really?
Jeez, wait.
Well,
Really?
no, because I think they're magical. If anybody has a ring on their finger that is to the heart, that is guaranteed almost magical. And a
That's
necklace
right,
probably.
right.
Your wedding
Could
ring.
be a
on, though.
wedding ring, yeah.
Where are his rings at, Koibu?
He has 3 rings on each hand.
And where are they?
Anton, please.
The
Wedding
3 middle
ring?
fingers. Yep.
Okay, well I will be taking the wedding rings, both.
What?
Okay.
Cyril. Yeah, you're not going to let him do this, are you?
No, of course
These-
not. We're not here to steal jewelry.
Wait,
What?
you guys realize, and I'll show you my ring, and where it is. These
Look.
are magic rings. Where they go?
Put it on
No.
and show us
And-
the magic, then, brother.
I will
this were-
put one ring
Cletus would
on.
have told us to come and get these if they were important.
Then why are we even opening this? Why didn't you protest earlier?
Just in case, like you said, they buried the girl here. But you're right, I should have said something earlier. I think this is...
I think it's okay
Okay.
to check to see if there are additional items here that we could use for our mission.
these
but
could
that
be
I didn't know
additional
that meant we were
items.
going to steal a dead man's wedding ring.
We're not stealing his wedding ring. I will put on the rings and see if I can feel any difference. I think that's a mechanical thing where you can like fuck around with it.
Yeah, you put them on. The first one doesn't really fit you very well. The second one is a little bit loose. It seems he was a little heavier than you in life. But you don't feel anything right away. Then again, if it's a ring of protection, you wouldn't feel anything
Correct.
until you were like bashed over the head or whatever.
Do I need to
'Kay.
punch him?
I would like to
No.
explain, brothers. You literally said we're looking for magic items, correct?
Correct.
These would be the magic items that he would have. He's not going to
We're not-
have a shiny sword. Even if he did have a sword, it might not even be magical.
Okay, I
We're not looking
understand.
for his magic items, though.
Yeah, we were told very specifically who had magical items here, okay?
Then why did we open this grave?
Just in case, maybe he had a ceremonial sword that Clertus forgot about or didn't know about.
Then what about the ceremonial ring? I'll point to it.
It looks like a good ring.
I'll point to my other ring that is magical. What, does this look like a good ring too?
Tyrael leans in and squints a little bit, and kind of indignantly says, I mean, clearly there's a difference between the two, brother.
Is there a difference between the two rings? Can you tell one is magical?
Can you
Like,
tell
we
me what
wouldn't know.
magic you feel imbued with after wearing this dead man's wedding ring?
Can you feel the cloak that you wear right now?
Of course, I feel dexterous as hell.
Well, I just put these two rings on, and
Yeah?
now I feel very dexterous.
Do you really, brother?
Yeah, here.
Here, what?
I would like to put the wedding ring, because there is a finger that goes on the wedding ring. I'm gonna put that one back, but I'm gonna hold on to the other one and keep it on. I'll return this. I'm gonna wear it for a little bit, and we'll see how it feels. There is
It is
no
a-
reason
Return it when? We're not going to come back here once we've left.
before we leave. I
I look over to Tyrell.
it blows my mind that you want to open this, and then the magical items that could be, you just want to leave forever.
I will concede
if-
that, but I don't think we should have opened it in hindsight.
Okay,
Opening
then.
it was fine. We were looking for a mystical blade or maybe some chainmail that looked imbued with magic. We weren't going to be stealing the men's wedding rings. I wasn't aware that
Correct.
that was
I left his wedding ring.
Any sword or chainmail we'd seen would have looked just as magical as these, i.e. not magical at all.
I mean, he's been dead for 4 years, right?
Yeah.
So my I don't know how much we can cheat with this. My understanding is that magical items very clearly are like resist erosion, corrosion. Very
Yeah,
clearly
that's
resist.
true.
Like,
okay.
do these rings like appear to be like, whoa, these are in really fucking good condition, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a platinum ring with onyx gems. Those things don't degrade very well at all. A platinum ring would still look pretty good after, 20 or 30 or 50 years.
All I'm saying is, these could be very magical rings. We might as well take them now, and we'll return them when we return the rest of the stuff. If
Do you
they're not
have
worth
the,
anything,
can't you sense magic in an item?
I don't
Not
have detect
today.
magic, and our failure of a brother can't do it either.
Neither
Don't
of
blame
you
me.
can detect magical
That's-
items.
That is not my specialty.
I could if we came back. But anyway, look how much we found in the first place that we went. We found more magic items than I've ever seen, and if Claire says to be believed this time, we're going to find even more magical stuff this time. Do we really need to go around robbing the dead on the off chance that this ring is magical? Like, I don't think... Like, so what if it's a ring of protection? Like,
How many
we've already
rings?
got one ring of protection. There
How many
could be-
rings?
He had so
How many do
the
you have?
only-
How many did you take from him now?
I took 2. Only the rings on his wedding fingers
Uh-huh.
on both hands, because those are the ones that are magical. You can only wear 2 rings, and it's on those fingers. I'm not gonna fucking rob all 6. It wouldn't make sense.
Sure.
But I will
okay.
take those 2 because we're bringing them back no matter what.
Gotcha. Okay, fine. You can take those 2. Can you put those 2 back on, and then I'll take them and give them to you, so that I get experience for it?
Yes, you can always be the one searching. Yes.
Okay. I just want to verbalize that to make sure, but,
Yes.
but okay.
Did he have a very ornate necklace that doesn't look corroded at all, or how is it?
Yeah, he's got a necklace made of gold, but gold doesn't corrode.
Tyrael, we're already
You
taking
know?
these. Might as well fucking yoink that too, brother. Think of the XP.
And you hear outside a guard seems to be at the gates asking who's there. Looks like we must kill the guard.
Imric takes a step back and leans against the wall and takes a drink.
Okay, take the necklace as well. We'll bring it back if these are duds anyways.
Okay, we're taking 2 rings and 1 amulet.
Yes. Thank you. Finally.
Okay.
My brother is sensical. He's come to his senses.
You're bringing these back if they aren't magical.
Not just me. We.
Fine. To the other mausoleums. Let's go.
All right. Your lock.
Wait, as we make our way up the
locks
stairs,
together.
I ask real quick, Anton, did you want to check his feet for some magical boots, perhaps?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that, brother. And I'll ponder it as we walk up.
Okay.
All right. You can pick the locks on the other mausoleums without any problem. You've already picked these,
I'm doing the same thing as before.
which is
The rope.
So first, I'm taking the rope off of the current one that we're in, taking the little piece of rope out, and I'm closing it shut.
Right.
I also
Got it.
closed the mausoleum. I know I'm just saying this because we have to be descriptive, because if we're not, you'll say we left it open, you'll fuck us.
so you close the mausoleum door behind you.
And I
Perfect.
closed his casket.
Perfect.
Okay, so we leave, close the mausoleum door. The next one, I'm doing the same rope trick,
Mm-hmm.
and then we're gonna search that one, and then we'll do the next one after.
Great.
Okay, I do the same thing. I read how many bodies there should be. I read the names of the people here.
The mausoleums look accurate. Here's some older families from a different line from 100 years ago in this mausoleum, and the other ones family members from 400 years ago.
I check for illusionary walls.
Everything seems to be on the up and up. The body
Okay.
count is correct.
We're gonna search the big ones.
Yep.
Listen, as we're getting through the last mausoleum, I say, I
Well,
feel
wait,
like
did we find anything?
no. I think isn't Nearly you're not saying that they all both look the same as we expect.
They look as to be expected. The body count is correct. The tombs seem to be old. The carvings on the rocks that interred these people are quite old. You could pry them open, and they probably have jewels and gems and stuff on them.
They may have swords and stuff. Oh, listen, we robbed one. I speak to my brother.
No, I'm
We
putting
might
my
as well
foot-
just look.
This isn't what we're here for. We didn't come here to just rob.
We came here for magic items, correct? And I looked at Tyrael for support.
We came here to find the tomb of Terra Nichols and to find her.
And we have to open them to see if
axe.
she's in these.
I won't be a part of it.
I never knew that the drunk would be the righteous one here.
You're gonna have to be sober to have morals, brother. I take your drink.
Tyrael, it's 1-to-1. You can decide. I think we should at least open them and look.
I mean, when you've opened one grave, you may as well open another.
I open. Or I'll let you open them, because for XP.
Yeah, I'm opening them.
Sure. In the graves are people with jewels and gems and gold. Some of them even have weapons on them.
Mm.
What kind of weapons? Why are you shaking your head like that, Koibu?
I didn't think I was shaking my head. Some of them are clearly warriors buried with their sword and their shield and their armor.
Mm-hmm.
They're of nice make. Probably not magical, but you never know.
These are very old. Which ones are not deteriorating?
So, weapons made of brass will resist corrosion for a long period of time. However, most of these weapons are made of iron or some sort of steel. High carbon steel won't deteriorate very quickly. So some of these still look to be kind of nice. Some of them clearly have signs of rust, which immediately knock them off the magical candidate list. But there are 2 swords that look like they haven't deteriorated and are of exceptional quality, and a shield that seems to be plated with something that has prevented it from eroding as well, or maybe it's a magical shield.
And I looked at Tyrael.
I don't think we have anything in here that we require.
Okay.
We should cover these and leave. We need to find the grave we're actually looking for.
We'll cover every single thing. Do the same thing as before. Unlock it, or
Do you take
close
anything
it.
from these?
No.
I think he said no. Yeah.
Okay. All right. You can pack it all back up and leave quietly from these places, no one being the wiser about your entrance here, unless they open the body of Terra's father, the tomb of Terra's father, and see that his rings are missing. Ring and amulet are missing.
When we make our way back out, we probably want to circle this gravesite to see if there's paths another path that leads off this.
There seems to be a small game trail, probably some deer that come by to graze on the area of cut trees and open grass around the cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay.
I guess that we'll fuck off to town for the night.
This
I'd assume.
this just popped into my head. If we can't think of anything else, and this is really risky, we just took some type of ring off of her father, right?
Mm-hmm.
If for whatever reason everything is fucked and we can't figure out anything, if we could figure out where she died, we could come and deliver this ring to the family, saying that she'd carried this ring in her pocket and it was just discovered basically or turned up, and that we'd like this returned to the family so they can decide what to do with it. And then if they take that ring back to her body, we can follow the people that go to bury it with her.
It's not a bad idea.
Hoping that they don't.
That's really risky.
Well, hoping.
But-
Well, the risk is that if they recognize it as like, oh no, that's only a ring that her father had, then they go check that, then it would look bad, obviously. But we could have this delivered anonymously via carrier. We could include a note saying she had a matched ring made that she'd given to a friend before battle, or something like that. I don't know. And then something to get them to go back to the body.
I
mean,
think
it's
there
not a
should
bad
be another
idea.
way.
But why don't we've only circled half of the keep. Like, our initial plan of looking for paths away from the keep could still be true. We should finish circling the rest of the keep.
Yeah, we
So
could
yeah,
do
we
that.
found this one, and then we'll circle all the way, I guess, around.
At least we've got to do that to get back anyway.
Same darkness lightstone thing.
Yep.
Okay.
And your check 4 will still apply. You can circle the rest of the keep, no problem. Only small game trails, and then on the road, following the road back, same thing. Just game trails, no carriageways or anything like that.
Okay.
Maybe tomorrow would be as well. What time is it right now?
It is well after dark.
Is it like midnight? I'm just wondering if taverns would be open and people are still rabble rousing.
probably just a few people.
Okay. Maybe tomorrow, if we don't think of anything as we're walking back, it might just be as simple as sitting in the tavern and listening. It would probably be quite the talk of the town to wonder where she's buried. Maybe some youngsters are looking. Maybe some people know. And
I feel like
put our
talk
ear to
of
the
where
ground,
her
so.
grave would be pretty hushed, right? Like, because the only people that would care would be like grave robbers, and I don't know why people would be openly talking about.
I feel like it's weird to like hide the grave. So it might just be like one of those things that happens in the town where they're like, it's the talk of the town. Like, oh, did you hear? Like, they actually put her in the X mountain.
Yeah, maybe I can do that. Yeah. Okay.
So,
Do you wanna,
Cletus mentioned her fiance was out of town from Coxport and her squire as well. Like, perhaps these two are potential leads. The squire is probably still in town. Maybe the fiance, if he hasn't been to visit the grave yet, maybe that's a potential
6 months
way of
though,
finding a location.
since she died.
Yeah, potentially. Oh, you know, maybe he wants to visit the grave if he's in town.
I don't think we want to ask her family or squire.
Yeah, we're
whatsoever.
trying to
I think-
avoid like direct stuff. Because if you ask like, oh hey, did you hear about that thing? Oh yeah, and then 2 days later, oh it all got robbed.
Yeah, yeah, true.
Pretty, yeah.
The furthest I think I would be willing to go would be like asking like the stonemason.
Yeah.
That would be about it.
Yeah, that might be a last. If we don't find anything here, that might be what we have to do. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Do we want to take a quick break and then come back and do it?
Yeah, you guys can make your way back to the Red Rooster, go down, bed down for the night, and when we come back, we'll deal with the next day.
All right, we'll be back.
We're not thieves, Koibu.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tombs of Scoria. So it is that night, the next day, probably the next day,
Next day.
and you are waking up, heading down, having your breakfast in the common room of the Red Rooster, a 2-story inn where all the rooms are on the second floor, and there's a big common room out front. A few other people are here, but it's not super populated right now. Most of them are traveling merchants, a few traveling nobles, and they're like. I don't think you recognize anybody here, but you do see the occasional sidelong glance and the hushed conversation that lets you know that at least one of these other noble people here is talking about you from the corners.
We
It's
should do
not
spells.
uncommon.
Nick.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for you guys to be recognized in public.
Okay, so while I'm choosing my spells here, this morning when I observe one of these glances, I'll speak loudly so that I can probably be overheard, and say, "So, what do we think the best path into the Silkwood is? How do we find one of these spiders that we want to kill? Find one of these basilisks if we're looking to take one of these down? Do we not need to take some precautions?"
I'll just talk in normal tones, hoping that nobody hears us, and I'll continue along with this charade.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Yep. You guys can lay some groundwork to falsify your presence here. And as other people finish up their breakfast and leave, and the common room clears out a little bit, people go about their days. The innkeepers will hang out in case you guys need anything. Your servants are in, the other side of the Red Rooster, where the servants' quarters are and the servants' common room is. And you guys find yourself after an hour or so fairly alone.
Can we go back to our room and cast the detect magic on these items?
Yes. All right.
Excellent.
I go and cast detect magic on the rings.
And the amulet.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're non-magical, all of them.
Yep. Oh, shit.
Not us two, only him.
Looks to be non-magical effects at all. I just fancy rings, fancy amulets.
Well, I guess we can go return them, and you can take another casting of that, and we'll figure out if there are any available for us in those other tombs.
Like, I think we're wasting our time with that. So what if we find a minor magical sword? Like, do we really need that? I already have a magical sword.
I already have a magical ring, and we're tasked with getting more rings, right?
Yeah, we don't need
Should we-
the weaker magical weapons that we find in these graves are not relevant to us.
Should we go and turn these in then?
Turn them in.
I mean, go put them back on the body.
I think what's done is done, brother, unfortunately. You'll have to rest with that one on your conscience for now.
We're not going to return these rings?
I think
Right.
we can easily return them. You can open those locks with ease. We said that we would return them, so we might as well while we're here. We have no use for them.
Okay, I'm not against it, if that's what you want to do. Sure. We'll have to
Is
wait.
that a
till the
daytime
evening.
activity? Or is that a
I don't-
nighttime activity?
It's the same thing as before, nighttime.
Okay. Cool. So while you kill time before you go return these, what do you guys want to do today?
I think we're gonna have to go visit the stonemason.
No, well, we'll ask around in town if there is a stonemason, or if there's more than one. There's probably only one
Let's-
if there is one.
Okay, before we run out and tell the entire village what we're up to here, let's walk through this conversation. You want to go and ask the stonemason what?
If we could get a mausoleum done for our ailing father in the future.
Okay, and then he says,
Is that-
yes, of course I do this quality of work. Then what?
We would like to see a recent example.
Okay, and then he shakes you to another grave that he crafted that isn't the one this noble family, who explicitly wanted this grave to be hidden. Then what do you say?
Well, we don't ask him for that. We ask him for his greatest work.
And say he
And if
doesn't
it's not
take you
that-
to this.
Then we bid him adieu, and we'll figure something else out.
But he's gonna know. He might know who we are, and if then the grave gets robbed, it's gonna come back to us.
Why? We're just looking for a stonemason to make a grave in the future. He didn't even take us to the place at that point. Also, I think you guys are overlooking how often I'm a cleric, and I worked in churches my whole life, and I, honest to God, can only think of one time that I've ever had to open up a grave. Nobody is opening these tombs. Nobody is looking at these dead bodies. It will not come back on us.
Okay. I trust your word as a cleric.
Okay, then.
All right. So, you guys can ask around for where the stonemasons are, and there is a small guild here that lives off of the main street, a little bit north side of town, past the main temple. And you can inquire within, and it's a group of people who work together on these sorts of projects and will delegate work amongst each other, you know, how a guild works. So, off you guys go. You can find the Stonemasons Guild. The door is open. There is a clerk out front, waiting for prospective customers to come on in. Clerk is definitely not like the stonemason. It's the, you know, underpaid apprentice, or probably unpaid apprentice. Yeah.
I'll let my more charismatic brothers speak.
Okay.
Yeah, like a 23-year-old guy. He stands up and gives you all a formal bow, recognizing your nobility. It's just apparent on you, the way you walk, the way you hold your head, and will greet you. Greetings, my lords. How may I serve you today?
Young stonemason, we are looking to commission a grave, and we've been told that you guys do some of the finest work in the lands.
I'm so sorry for your loss. But our work is exemplary. Yes.
Without going into details, our family member was quite fond of exquisite stonework, and we've heard a lot about you. Of course, we mean no insult. Do you have any samples, perchance, of recent work that you guys have done?
The master of our guild, a woman named Clarissa, is currently working on a covering for a sarcophagus that has been commissioned by the Baroness for herself when she will eventually pass from this world. I could show you the work in progress.
As much as I appreciate good stonework from one person to the next, I don't have much an eye for a work in progress. You wouldn't perhaps have anything more recently that you've completed, would you?
Yes, we did. The Baroness's daughter recently passed away, which is the impetus for her own funeral preparations already. However, that work has unfortunately unavailable. It was delivered to the Baroness, and I don't know where it is now. The tomb of her daughter is hidden somewhere in the pocket, I think. Unknown to us Masons who worked on the sarcophagus ourselves.
Interesting. And any work prior to that?
Certainly. Please give me just a moment, and he'll go flip open a book and start checking through records, and eventually come across a name of one of the other local gentry here, a man who died last year, who had a fantastically elaborate mausoleum built for him that is here in the graveyard in Berkshire.
Oh, interesting. What did you say his name was?
His name was Clarence.
Clarence. All right. Well, I believe me and my brothers will go and take a look at that, and hopefully we'll be back to continue this conversation.
Of course. And he'll give you directions to the graveyard and to the specific mausoleum within it.
Sounds good.
And give you a bow as you exit.
Bid you farewell.
Thanks for your help.
Yeah. Outside on the street, well, it appears they have no knowledge of where she's buried.
Well, it's in the pockets, at least.
You didn't hear that, did you? He said it was in the pocket.
In the pocket?
Correct. It.
This
cuts
is
off
known
the
to
West
us,
Groves.
is it not? I'm sorry, is this a 100 by 100 square mile area? Does that narrow it down for you at all? Should we begin our search tonight?
Okay.
It actually did narrow it down a lot because it could have been in the Silkwood or
Let's
the West
not-
Grove.
So
Let's
instead
not,
of
let's not argue
100,000
too
miles
much.
squares, whatever, we have 50,000 miles to search through now.
Okay, now look, but we were onto something before, right? They've got to have a way to visit this place. There has to be a path there. If it's not directly from the keep, then it probably either from the road that we travelled in on, or the road north out of Berkshire towards Kershwick, into the pocket from there. Now, I agree it doesn't narrow it down completely, but it's at least a lead. I mean, we could travel those roads looking for other paths into the forest.
Perhaps, but as none of us are cartographers here, I don't know who's willing to sketch out an entire map of every single road in this area. Do you think it's reasonable to investigate every single odd end to try to find a grave? Who's to say that this path wouldn't even be hidden if they're trying to keep
Well, then
this
what's
grave
your
so
idea,
discreet?
brother?
I never said I had a good idea. I'm just merely pointing out how
We can
stupid
tell
your
because you're shutting
ideas
down all
are.
of our ideas. And then think of something, because we can go off this path and we can go look around. We might as well, or we can sit here and fumble about for hours. It's up to you.
Okay. No, well, maybe there's more to be learned here, right? This stonemason, this wasn't even the master. This was just the guy in the front
Well, they made
desk
it
or
sound
whatever.
as though they delivered all of the burial equipment to the keep itself. It sounds like the
the keep
servants at the
moved it.
keep were probably the people that moved and dug everything.
Yes.
Which means it probably needs a road. Which means we're just missing it. We just have to find the road. And there's not many roads.
That's true. There's not going to be many roads along that main one. However, there will be some. There will be logging sites. There will be campgrounds. There will be many different trails. It would be probably weeks, maybe a month or so of examining every single trail and path and road if you wish to have like a good chance of finding something.
Couldn't we
would be,
just ask around town which roads are which? And then it would eliminate all of the known roads.
Well, there should be
and then
like
we would
a
only have to
map,
find-
like
Yeah.
some type of general, like somebody that knows the area and has it like in it, whether it's the police or the sheriff's office or whatever. There should be something like that, right?
There are guides to the wild that you can hire, people who are specifically, will take you somewhere and tell you what's what and where you can go.
One of
if
these
you want
guys.
to say you're like venturing through the pocket, you would hire a guide who can help lead you home so you don't get lost in the woods, and they would have intimate knowledge of the local area.
If the Queen has visited this grave at all, sorry, the Baroness, she wouldn't. It's unlikely she would have done so in like a covert manner. Like, we may
You
be
could
able
probably just
to
leave it more.
eliminate which road it is, whether it's the North Road or the East Road. That might be quite easy.
Well, wait. They're making a new thing for the daughter, a new covering or something.
No, it sounded like it was for the
Uh-huh.
Baroness herself.
Oh, it's for the Baroness. Yep, you're right.
Cringe.
One of these guides that specialize in the pocket may have noticed if the Baroness had gone to visit something.
Oh, actually, that's true. If it's a guide whose job it is to know these lands, maybe they would know, like, we don't go over there because we think. Right?
Well, let's get a guide to take us around. Maybe even to show us to some action and go fight something. I'm sure a guide could take us to something we could fight. And along the way, we can ask him, where the roads that people aren't allowed to go, or you can tell us juicy secrets, stuff like that. Should be the best way to get information.
You, Tyrael, when you spent some time with our uncle, in your younger days, you must have learned how to speak to the more undesirables in town. Maybe if you head down to such a tavern as that, you might be able to, maybe the underworld knows something about this. You'd probably be able to cover your face, hide who you actually are.
I mean, I can try, but being persuasive as a child was much easier than it is now as an adult. We're two very different skill sets. Uncle would send me in to figure out information, but people were way more willing to divulge secrets to a child than to a fully grown adult.
Yeah, a man with lots of gold, though, can loosen many tongues.
Yeah, that's true, but in that case, why are we wasting our time with any of this at all? Let's find a guide, offer to pay him a pretty penny.
All right, well, let's
just-
do that.
Sure, but, underworld types may be more keen to keep their mouth shut.
Yeah, so we'd want to talk to a guide who's not as keen to keep his mouth shut.
I meant about our involvement. I think the guide plan is also a good plan. I just, as a second lead, perhaps.
Let's talk. Let's find the guide. The guide should know. We're guaranteed the guide should know if he knows these lands. Yeah.
Yep. You can hire a guide to the wilds for 1 gold a day plus expenses. Trivial amount for you people. The guide that you find is an older woman who goes by the name of Marigold. She's about 55 or so. Fairly good shape. Leather pants and boots, and a nice loose shirt. A walking stick that's been sharpened on one end in case an animal comes by that's a little bit too dangerous. She's an expert in the area, including local fauna and flora. Lived here her whole life. Worked as a guide most of her life.
Yeah, it sounds like we should hire
Is
her.
this a suitable? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Greetings, lords. How may I serve you today?
So me and my 2 brothers here are looking to go hunting. We're looking for something a bit more exotic, and we heard that contacting somebody like you would help us find something.
Certainly. How exotic are we interested in?
I mean, we've heard tales of basilisks that roam these lands.
Well, we've heard of stuff in the pocket.
Yes, there are basilisks in the pocket, large spiders, brown bears, roctopuses, kobolds, orcs, ettercaps in the pocket. Many of these things are quite lethal. Are you sure you could fight them?
I don't think we can take a basilisk right now.
Yes,
But,
brother. Are you sure we could fight that?
I think the hunt would be thrilling. Do you know of any that are in the area?
Basilisks?
Certainly, there must be a well-known cave or two that has an odd number
You
of
realize
stone
that a
statues.
basilisk will destroy us.
I think we're up to the challenge.
This isn't 5th
Um,
edition.
Wait, what? Our goal is to just chat with her as we're walking out. We're not actually going hunting. Wait, did you guys forget what we're doing in 2 seconds? The goal is to just get her walking and chatting somewhere, and then we find out where the grave is. We're not actually going hunting right now.
Okay, well, she's literally going to take us there.
Not in 2 seconds. She's on a teleporter. She's not going to draw a fucking magic circle, and we're going to be in front of a basilisk fighting. I imagine the trip would probably take a day or 2 if it's deep into the pocket, and we'll chat with her on the way and figure out where the fucking...
And then, okay, so then she's going to be like, okay, I'm taking you to this basilisk place. I'm just going to fuck off? What? Where does this end?
Wait, yeah, she would fuck off. Do you think she's going to come and fight with us? Like, oh, do you have a magic
No, but I
dagger for me?
assume that she would let us go in there and she'd be waiting to bring us back.
We can
then
dismiss her. We're rich.
Let's not argue with chat anyway. Eh?
I'm
I'm not arguing with Chad. I'm arguing with Mr. Mouton.
Okay.
Now, my lords, basilisk is quite a dangerous creature. I'm not sure if I feel comfortable approaching their cave.
I understand. Our our brother's a bit yellow here. Maybe perhaps he has a better request for monsters that he'd like to find. Trying to
That
bring him
would
up
be
to
nice.
speed.
A
with the
single
tools.
look from a basilisk can turn a person to stone.
How about a brown bear?
Brown bears, far more. I mean, still super dangerous, but I assume my lords are capable hunters?
Indeed.
Of course we are.
Well, we can walk about. It might take a few days to find, to pick up a trail of a brown bear, but I'd be happy to show you and help you find it.
All right, sounds good. Shall we begin our travels tomorrow morning?
Yeah.
Of course. You'll need, well, whatever. We'll probably stay out for a couple of nights, so we'll need a few days of traveling supplies. If you have a Sherpa to help carry, that would be wonderful. Else I can pack some of your things on my back.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Splendid. Why don't you meet me at the east side of town where the road leads away tomorrow morning?
Okay.
We also probably should kill the brown bear. Oh, after she leaves, I'll say this. We should also probably kill the brown bear and bring it back so our servants see that we are actually hunting.
Yeah, well, if we're going to hire Sherpas, they can carry it for us anyway, so...
Yeah. Great. So, you still have a full day here, basically. What do you want to do during this day? Is there anyone else that you think might have information that you can get out of them?
So I think we should try and narrow this down, because, like, she takes us, say, the north road. What if it's on the east road? We're going to be, like, so far away from it. Like, that feels like
Literally,
something
as
maybe
soon as
could-
we start walking, we'll just ask her, hey, have you heard anything about whoever? Like, all we're doing is finding out, throw her a couple gold coins, and make her fuck off, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and what? And then it goes missing, and she gets interrogated.
Well,
It-
as
nobody
a
even
younger
seen
brother,
anything
it's
going
not going to go
missing.
missing because people go visit their family. They don't like open the tomb and like start making out with their dead relatives. They're going to be locked away. Like it should be fine.
Nothing is gonna go missing. No one will fucking know that. I don't know why we're paranoid about it. Honestly, I don't know why
Okay.
this ever was brought up.
all right, all right.
Paranoia is deep. Yes.
Drew.
So we can just skip to the next day, unless there's something in town you want to do, or anyone else you want to.
I want to know if there's a quest board.
A quest board.
A quest board. This is okay. This is a little.
There is a bounty board for monsters in the area. Yes.
What kind of monster? I want the guy to take us to a monster that there's a bounty for. The weakest one.
Kobolds have been encroaching on the town. Since the war began with Mystria, a lot of the armed and capable warriors of the area have fled off to join armies, which have led local security forces to have depleted numbers. And kobolds are one of the first to take advantage of this, encroaching on the town a little bit and a little bit. Now, they're not usually all that violent. Normally, they're more of like raiders and thieves who will break into farms and steal chickens and dogs and that sort of stuff. Occasionally, there may be violence between kobolds and people, but mostly they're cowardly critters who will steal your shit in the middle of the night. And the increased theft due to kobold activity has placed a bounty on the kobolds. 1 silver per kobold. Right ear.
I think it behooves us to have a good reputation. I think that as we go around and we gather some of this equipment, maybe it would be good to see what the local cities want as we go through. Maybe we can pick up 1 or 2 easy quests per town, kill some monsters, gets us some experience, gets me a little bit more familiar with 2e combat, and then builds our reputation throughout the lands. I think would be
That's fine.
a positive thing to do, especially if we're going to go run around and rob graves from freshly murdered soldiers dying in service of our lands. I think it would make my conscience feel at ease a bit more.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so how about we ask the we can ask the guy to take us to the kobolds. We can kill
Sure.
3 birds with 1 stone. Okay.
Sure.
Great.
Okay.
Great.
Help the kingdom out, kill some kobolds. Why not?
And go rob a grave. Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Next day, you meet up with Marigold. East side of town. Excuse me. Did you want to pack any supplies?
Wait,
Hire.
do we not want to that evening? Are we returning the rings to the grave, or are we just sacking that off now?
Oh, right. Good question.
It's up to our
You know,
sneaky
no
brother.
point crying over spilt milk, right? I'm kind of all right with it. I think.
No, we should return him.
Anton can live with that on his conscience.
Not just Anton.
Yeah, you're
Tyrell
right.
did it as well.
That's true.
Tyrell, let's just return it. It'll be no big deal.
Let's find the other grave first. Let's get what's important out of the way, and then we can take these back before we leave town.
Okay.
All right.
Splendid. You meet Marigold the next morning. She meets you on the east road, headed out of town, and off you guys go. Did you bring any traveling supplies? And how are you dressed? Are you wearing like full arms and armor?
I am. If we're going to kill kobolds.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Anyone bring any food? Are you staying out just for the 1 day? Or are you gonna spend multiple days out in the woods?
We're bringing a Sherpa with us, so they can carry our
Okay.
our
Sure.
equipment, our bedrolls, and our rations and shit.
Is the Sherpa going to be Ferret, your servant who's with you, or are you going to hire like a local person to haul your shit around?
A local
should probably
person,
just-
I think. No?
You don't think we should just bring our...
Can't we just bring our servants that are already following us or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah.
do?
You
Yeah.
can just you could be a regular servant.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Wait.
Okay.
Is that not ferret?
That's Ferret, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
ferrets.
Then yeah, we would just
Okay.
do that, of course. Yeah.
Perfect. Cool. Ferret's loaded up with food, a couple of sleeping bags, a tent, some other supplies, and you all head out in the woods together. And I think this is your opportunity to pump Marigold for information.
True. Is that my job?
True.
I think so.
You're the one with the high charisma.
Okay.
I've got 12 charisma. Well, what's yours?
I think I have 11.
It's like 12 or 13. Minus 12 too.
Oh.
so- Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can chat. We're just walking, or I guess.
Yeah.
So the the kobolds have been giving you guys a lot of trouble recently, I've heard, yeah?
Yes, my lord. They've been quite troublesome, stealing from local farms.
Well, this sounds like it ought to be a fun hunt. We get combat experience, we get to kill a few kobolds, and maybe we can make your village a little better off for it. City, I guess, not village.
You don't want to go after the brown bears?
No, I think we'll be hunting kobolds today. Seems to be more noble to pursuit than killing some bears in a forest.
Ah. Splendid, splendid. Well, the kobolds cover the pocket. Let's see if we can find some trails. Come with me. And off she goes, bounding down the way.
I am quite surprised that you have such trouble with kobolds here. Last I'd heard rumors that Berkshire was known for some of its more renowned warriors, no?
That is true. Before the war, that was certainly the case. But now that there are bigger battles to be fought, kobold are the small fries that get left behind, and all the great warriors have fled. Well, not fled, but, gone off to fight the real battles.
Oh, indeed. I heard that there were some of your finer warriors must have been killed in the war recently, no?
The Baroness's daughter, a woman named Tara, recently passed away. It was tragic.
Oh
But,
my goodness. I actually hadn't even realized. Tara was quite skilled with an axe, wasn't she?
Yes, my lord. Do you know of her?
Yes, of course. We were acquaintances. She passed through the capital once, and I remember that I think she was in charge of training some of the troops when she was down there. She was quite fearsome in battle. Oh my goodness, I hadn't realized that she was killed. That's so tragic.
Certainly was. Sad day for all of us. Brute of a woman. Super strong. Renowned across the land for her exceptional strength.
Was she, were they able to retrieve her body? Is she buried here? Are we able to pay respects?
Yes and no. Her body was retrieved and brought back. However, the grave was kept quiet, confidential. She wasn't buried in town nor near the keep.
It's a bit
To be
strange,
honest,
isn't
I
it?
don't actually. Yes, but I rumor has it around town she was buried with all of her equipment, and this time being what it is, and the local security forces as depleted as they are, I think they were worried about grave robbers. So they kept the location quite a secret. I think only the architect and the people who constructed it know of its location, aside from the Baroness's family.
Oh, wow, interesting. Perhaps we'll pay their estate a visit later, I guess, to pay respects.
I'm sure the Baroness would be happy to see friends of her daughter.
Okay. Is there any other information you guys can think of that, I mean, it doesn't sound like she knows?
We haven't actually asked her. I mean, the architect might know. We could find out who the architect is.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I can think of is who is the architect? Does she know somebody who built the tomb? But it's kind of weird to ask that.
Yeah. Well,
it
these
is.
sound like people, when they say architect, these sound like people that would be in-house of the Baroness, right? Like, not like a random person from the village, but somebody that's employed directly by the Baroness?
It's like a professional architect.
And probably not part of their household staff, though. It's probably somebody brought in especially.
Oh, so these would be an external...
Yeah, that seems like that might be a lead. They may even have, if we could find the architect and sneak into their office, they may have, maps, records of where they went.
Oh, that is very true. That's the next stop. Okay.
So, oh god. It's quite a long walk to these kobolds, isn't it? Are you sure you're up for this, brother? Sobering up now and starting to think that I don't know if I'd fancy dying at the end of a kobold spear.
Do you really think we'd be killed by a few kobolds?
Look around.
We'll be fine against kobolds.
I think we'll be fine. I think we can dispatch a few of these, do a service to the town before we pass through.
Sure, I mean, I can't think of anything else we could be doing, so yeah, why not?
Maybe about an hour after this conversation, you're walking through the woods.
I changed my spells before we fight any kobolds. I'm getting color spray twice.
Wait, is this
Didn't
a
you
new
cast
day?
spell? Oh yeah, this is the new day, right? Because you cast
next
spell,
day,
you cast
yeah.
detect magic yesterday, and this is
Yeah.
because there was a day after between hiring her and heading out into the woods.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so color spray, detect magic, 2 color sprays. Got it. 2 cure light wounds, 2 entangles, and a hold person. Perfect. Right, so off into the woods you go. About an hour into it, you come across a pile of sticks. They're stacked in sort of a log cabin style, small, large at the base and small towards the top. And your guide, Marigold, will stop you and say, This here pile of sticks is a kobold territorial warning sign to warn other kobold packs that they're entering territory.
I'll step
She
on
looks at this one and tries to figure out. I don't know this particular pack. They come and go and disband fairly quickly and change the names all the time, but they have silly names. I do speak a little bit of kobold, so if you happen to need to ask some questions, I can speak a few words here and there.
How did you learn such a language?
Yeah.
Ex-boyfriend?
Some of them were dogs, but not quite that doggy. Like, no. Just, years of living in the woods. I speak a little goblin, a little orcish. These are picked up from travelers. There's a tavern in town called Shenanigans, and there you'll find people who speak mercenary. A hodgepodge language with a little mix of common, a little mix of goblin, a little bit of orcish. It's a rough and tumble language spoken. It's mostly common based, but you'll pick out a few words here and there. And I've worked enough with those fine folks that come through there that I've been able to pick up a few words of many languages.
It is crazy what you lot get up to down there.
Well, it's a strange place.
Yes, indeed. Well, these look like where the kobolds are, brothers. Shall we announce our arrival, let them prepare for battle, or do we intend to sneak up on them?
How many do we expect to find here?
Kobolds will have pack sizes of like up to 100, but that's they won't, that's including young and non-fighters. So if you expect about a third to be combat oriented, you could expect maybe up to 30 kobolds.
Just gotta kill 10 each.
That seems like...
but they're probably not all in one pack roaming together, right? You might encounter like a group that's partitioned off. So, an encounter of kobolds could be anywhere from 5 to 30 or 5 to 40.
Mm-hmm. Oh, perhaps we wait here and ambush them on their way back?
Do you think you'd be able to find their tracks?
Well, we know they should return here, right? If we're at a place where they pass through?
Potentially, yeah. We could wait an ambush, I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't you all make me some... You're going to try and hide yourselves and prepare for an ambush?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can take your time to create some sort of camouflage for yourselves and pick some nice places to hide in. That is certainly doable. And then I'll just roll some dice and see how long it takes for some kobolds to show up. Again, this is the ground cover of the area. Let's see. Encounters for today. The first day will pass fairly effortlessly. You find some good spots. You hide around this stepped-on pile of sticks, hoping that some kobolds will come back to restack it. But as the day winds on, no kobolds appear. You take your lunch. You wait a little bit longer. It's clear that the night will be falling soon. And Marigold asks you if you would like to stay out at night, noting that kobolds are diurnal, preferring evenings and mornings, or if you'd like to come back and try again the next day.
Well, if they're going to wander past here, it's probably more likely to be in the evening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess we can wait through the evening, and then if they don't, we can go home, like midnight or whatever.
Right, yeah. That evening, you're waiting in your blinds when a small troop of kobolds comes on through.
How many?
There appear to be about a dozen of them. They're hard to spot, or hard to get a good head count on because they're popping up and down from behind little hills. They tend to crawl on all fours or sometimes walk bipedal. They move in and out of trees, but around 12-ish.
Do you guys want to take pot shots at him, and I'll just keep him entangled?
I mean, I think entangle's the way to go here.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Pull out your bows and arrows and get ready.
They have bows too. Is it better to take shots from away, or do we run forward and start hacking and slashing?
The entangle for kobolds, I believe, should probably keep them almost completely
Yeah, they shouldn't be able to fire, I don't think.
Oh, is that?
unable to fire. I would hope for kobolds.
Can you put the spell in so we can read it?
Yep.
By means of this spell, the caster is able to cause plants in the area of effect to entangle creatures within the area. The grasses, weeds, bushes, and even trees wrap, twisted, and twined about the creatures, holding on any creature entering the area is subject to the effect. A creature that rolls a successful saving throw, exceptionally large. So, will this prevent them from firing back at us?
Well, it says they're held, so I mean, it's not the same as in like in
It's
two.
not the same as
really...
hold person. I would argue that they're super small, and if vines are attacking you, you should at least get like disadvantage on the roll.
Considering the ground cover around here, there are grasses and mosses who will certainly hold their feet.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're close to a tree, they might have their arms or torsos bound. If they're on all fours, then their hands and feet will be bound.
Yeah.
But if they're, just kind of standing away from a tree, which is quite possible, then they won't be able to move, but they'll still be able to return missile fire. You'll see that most of the kobolds are armed with slings and spears. Little kobold shitty spears.
We should be fine.
Okay,
They haven't got
that's
bows.
fine. Let's do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Like 50 or 60 yards away, right? Let's launch the attack like 50 or 60 yards away.
Yeah, when they're 50 yards away, I'll drop an entangle on the group.
Sure. You probably won't even be able to see them until they're closer than 50 yards. 50 yards is 150 feet.
That's fine.
Yeah. So let me roll some dice, see what the range that you run into them as at.
Real quick, can you remind me what the different ranges on a short bow mean? 35, 70, 120.
The first one, you can fire up to that range with no penalty. Up to the second one is a -2 penalty, and up to the third one is a -5 penalty.
Understood. Okay.
And what numbers do you have for them?
35, 70, and 120.
Those are in yards.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
And a yard is 3 feet, right?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, man. We're really testing us. Okay, so, and these guys are how many feet away from us?
You'll encounter them at 50 yards, so 150 feet.
Okay, gotcha. When we do movements on the grid, moving forward is usually 5 feet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Really going Imperial here. All right. Okay.
Welcome. Then I will cast one of my entangles.
At 50 yards.
Correct.
Yeah, I think you'll catch them at 50 yards. It'll throw it down on them. It's a 40-foot cube.
Yep.
40 by 40 by 40. All right, I think you're going to catch a significant majority of them. Yeah, the entangle will go down. The kobolds will squeal and
This duration is 1 turn, so 10 rounds.
You will catch 7 kobolds in the entangle area as they all scream and cry, and those that aren't caught will try and scramble away, and those that are caught will start like hacking at their feet, or like chewing at their toes, trying to break the bindings, which, as you know, is not going to work very well at all.
Also,
here.
Those that aren't caught can only move 10 feet per round, so it'll take 4 rounds to get out.
2 rounds at most, right? If they're in the very center, it's only 20 feet to an edge.
Oh, yeah. So I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. I think this is where we will roll initiative. So let's
put
get some
tokens on the
characters on the map. Yeah. And where are my kobold tokens?
I'm pretty useless from range, besides like casting entangle spells.
I imagine if you'll be running up to us, you can deal with them as they come up, yeah?
Yeah, I have a ring of free action that lets me like walk through the entangle if I wanted to do that as well. But yeah,
Nice.
I'll wait for the ones that come up to us, I guess.
If you're using your bow, Steven, don't forget that you've got +1 attack from Dex now, I think.
Do I need to mark that somewhere, or?
It's probably been taken into account, I think. I guess. I don't know.
I have
Yeah,
plus-
you're missile and thrown, but are at 3 while your melee's at 2. So if you just use the button on your character sheet, it'll take it into account.
Wait, so I'm clicking like damage next to my short bow, and it looks like it's just rolling a 1d6 plus 0.
But attack
to
is
hit.
what to hit, not to damage.
So I'm getting a plus 3 to hit.
Plus 3 to hit. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
2 from level and 1 from dex.
Gotcha. Okay. We're rolling for initiative with our bow. Sorry. Okay. Short bow. 8. Nice.
I guess I'll roll into initiative with my spear, but I don't think it's gonna do anything. I forgot to click my token.
Are we shooting at the ones that are trapped in the entangle right now, or are we shooting at the ones that are outside of the entangle?
Let's shoot the ones outside.
Okay.
Unless they've got slings.
Oh wait,
In
the
which
ones
case you can
trapped,
shoot
wouldn't
them.
they be incredibly easy to kill?
They're probably easier to kill, but unless they've got... If they've only got spears, then they probably can't hit us from...
Yeah, so
Oh,
we
yeah,
deal
I
with
guess
the threats
yeah,
first.
prioritize the slings.
Yeah.
Okay. And did we get in? We have Emmerich, a Lucas, and we'll need a
These guys are fast.
material.
How are they getting ones on initiative?
Holy shit.
Because I just put in their numbers without adding the modifiers yet, because it's a. I'll add the modifiers in just a moment.
Okay.
Really are some ultra spears. Initiative 0.
Hey now. Hey now.
True. What is the guide doing?
Just chilling in a blind, hiding, letting you guys do all this on your own. She's not here to take your glory or help fight you. You know, she's hired just to hang out and watch.
That's fine.
We don't need the help of plebeians.
Right. And you have an 8 on your short bow. So the first few kobolds will go.
Wait,
and
can
they
we-
are just gonna...
What is
Yeah.
the position here? Are they really just in a line like this towards us, or?
No. I'm just using that as rolling tokens for them.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
They are sort of scattered out in a large area in front of you. You are... I guess we should have clarified ahead of time. How close to the little totem did you guys want to be?
What is the totem?
That's
Sticks.
the little sign, the stack sticks.
I guess our goal is to be probably about 50 feet away from them, so whatever that gets us at, I would imagine.
The odds.
Yeah, I cast it at 50 yards, so I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Okay, so
You know-
you're maybe 20 yards from the totem, and then they were 30 yards from that coming towards it.
sure.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, and they're just in like a big packy cluster. They're not in like a line. They're just kind of scattered about. Some of them are going to be hidden behind some cover. Some of them are going to be quite open. The first 3 that go are simply trying to escape, and only one of them can do it, the one that passed their save, who then breaks to the edge and can't really get too much farther than the edge because they were like 10 feet from it when the entangle went off. The other 2 in that initiative time are just stuck in the entangled group. And then Tyrael goes.
Okay, so this guy is a running guy, or?
Yeah, he's made it to the edge of the entangle zone and is trying to get away from you. His back is to you, and he's trying to run in the other direction, yipping as he goes.
Okay, if they're running, then our goal should probably just be to kill as many as possible, because we're getting paid per ear, and we want to get kills,
Yeah.
right? So then, this guy right here, is he stuck in the entangle?
Yep.
Yep, okay. I'll take a shot at him. So I'm rolling attack, 18.
Easy strike on the kobold.
Damage is 5.
It goes right through his heart. The kobold pitches over into the entangled zone, dead as a doornail.
Nice work, brother. That'll teach him to run.
Yeah.
The next one will load a sling bullet into his sling, stone actually, swing it around and chuck it at you, Tyrael. Check the range of sling.
I would be in the front. Are you sure you want to do it at Tyrael? I don't know if it matters.
Yeah, he's doing it at the person who shot his buddy. And here comes the attack roll. It is a natural 1. And he will sling a kobold in the back for 1 point of damage. Not killing it, but wounding it. And the other guy will sling as well. The 9, completely missing everything. And it becomes Lucas's turn.
Yeah, probably just gonna ready an attack. Or I guess I don't know. I might like move forward. I guess. Can I change my movement?
Yeah, you can
To
move.
move. Okay.
You're still sort of defending, though, right? You're defending your brethren.
Yeah, I'm gonna move forward, but still try and like draw aggro, I guess. What is the scale? How far can I move right now?
You can move up to half your movement and still make an attack. So you can move like 60 feet closer, taking your time and walking carefully.
So is that 30 yards?
That's 20 yards.
20 yards. Okay, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
walk 20 miles, which should be yards. Forward.
Yeah. If that's the case, then there should be another 30 yards from you. So right over there-ish. So it should be about that distance, I think, if we're going to use this as a scale. Yeah.
Oh wait, was that
actually.
wait, was that the scale? Because I was like here.
Yeah, because they were 60 and you moved 20. So now they should be 30 from you.
Oh, okay. That's
Perfect.
Sure.
Perfect. Okay. So you move forward. The 3 here, 2 of them will sling with a 3 on the roll and a 17 at you, Lucas. Is that going to hit you? Nope. All right. Clatters off of your armor, falls to the wayside. The other kobold is trying to escape, can't get anywhere. Imric, they are trapped. This is going to be like fish in a barrel. What do you got
Easy.
for us?
So what? They're all entangled. There's none currently outside of the entangle spell.
Yes, there are some that are outside of the entangle spell that they haven't. Well, he hasn't gone yet.
This guy.
Okay. Yeah,
This
yeah,
guy
so
has yeah.
I'm shooting the one that's currently able to, run away.
Run away. Okay. Give me a roll to hit.
Guy's so dead. Fuck it. So,
Pew!
He missed.
Goes wide, nowhere near the kobold. And this guy, who was not in the area of effect, will just bound off, barking and yipping into the distance on all fours, dropping his sling, dropping his spear, and just
second attack though.
scrap him. Second attack for both the archers.
Yep.
Can we see this guy? I keep my eye on the one I just fired at. Is he still in range?
No, he's gone between the trees and is gone.
Okay, then I will divert to one that has a sling in the entangle spell.
Okay.
20.
Hit. Clears by 10. Crits. Yeah.
Double crits, in fact.
Double crits. Please roll me 3 times damage dice.
Wow. 7.
That is enough to kill.
Okay.
I'll just shoot another entangled one. I guess this one that's already damaged over here.
Mm-hmm.
22.
Double crit. 3 times damage dice. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Easily destroyed. The 4 that are left in the entangle zone will roll for initiative, but it's not going to look very good for them. So this guy is running, and he gets an 8. This guy is running, and he gets an 11. And the rest of them, you get 5, you get 13.
Are we rolling initiative again, Nelia?
Yes.
15. God damn.
Quite slow, Imric.
I'll do all movement, which is probably what, 1?
Just 3.
20, 10 plus 3.
And then my initiative for a
Perfect.
bow shot is 7.
Perfect.
Don't forget to track your arrows, guys.
Yep.
Okay. 2 of the kobolds will try and break out, still being unable to do so, but they are stupid little creatures and they do not really understand what is happening with their feet. Tyrael, your turn comes along.
I'll take another shot at the closest, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I'll move forward. How much movement do I have then exactly?
If you are using a missile weapon, you can stand still and get your full rate of attack, or you can do a half move and get half your rate of attack.
Okay, nope, I'm staying still then. Okay. Firing my short bow.
Yep.
15.
15 hits a kobold,
6 damage.
drops it down. Yep.
Okay.
Lucas,
I'm gonna move to like within the pack, I guess.
to the edge of the entangle zone, yeah?
Yeah. How far is that? Well, I can even move through the entangle zone.
It'll
I have
affect
a-
you.
I have a ring of free action.
Well, then you can walk right through the entangle zone, can't you?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So
you can
how
walk
far can I
right
move
up
on
to
this?
him. You can move 120 feet, which, I mean, this is not a real great battle map scale for us to be working with here. You
If
can
possible,
get up
I'd like to
into
go to,
the group of the kobolds that are at the edge of the entangle zone. Yeah, totally.
Okay, cool.
And they will shriek and holler and cry at you. One of them will, having broke into the edge of the entangle, will then flee and run, provoking attack of opportunity from you.
Okay.
Even with +2 for back attack, the spear thrust goes over the kobold's head, who bounds off to escape. Just put a mark for escaped. And the next one will also flee, provoking another attack of opportunity from you. +2 for back attack.
That'll hit.
And you will stab him. Yeah, roll me some damage.
For 6.
And that will kill him.
Easy.
And the last one of them just pitches over and falls on the ground. Just
Crying?
Blah. Nope, not even moving. Just like dead from fright or something. And another kobold will sling. Actually, he'll just hurl his spear at you, Lucas. It's a little bit better for him. With a 2, the spear will land. Will probably he holds it back and it gets entangled by the grasses, and he spends the round pulling it free of the grasses. Emmerich, get your shot, and then Tyrael, get your second shot.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So I get 2 shots now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what do you get 2?
Because I got my shot, and then I got my second shot.
Oh,
Yeah,
you haven't
you
even
don't
done your
get
first one
second
yet. Gotcha.
Yeah, I haven't taken my first one yet, yeah. So I'll just do both. 20 again?
20 is another crit.
Another
Definitely a
triple crit?
kill. Double crit, yeah.
For
For
13
the
damage.
kobolds who have D6
And then
HP,
that one
yes, you
misses.
slaughter it. And Tyrael, second shot against the the last one standing.
No!
Another, yep, yeah, you can't not kill it.
Yeah.
So looks like 2 kobolds have fled. You've slain the rest, and one just had a heart attack and died on the spot.
Is he actually dead? I'm gonna go and make sure.
I'll cast a Cure Light Wounds on him for the lady to talk to him. Fuck it.
Why?
Yeah.
They're kobolds.
Why? Heal a kobold. Let him. We can find out where their lair is. Go do more good.
You go up to the kobold to cast.
Yep, I cast
Cure
a
Light
Cure Light
Wounds.
Wounds on him.
Hang on. I whisper to
It's XP.
Tyrael. I whisper to Tyrael as this is going on. Maybe these kobolds, they're all over the pocket, right? Maybe they'd have noticed if the Baroness had come through here.
Oh. They would know where a grave is or something, yeah.
They might do, yeah.
Oh,
Baroness will come.
ask him.
All right, I would like to Cure Light Wounds a kobold and bring him
Wait, that's so weird. So we're gonna be asking our guide for this kobold that we just brought back to life. Ask this guy where the grave is.
I agree. It's weird to ask the guide to do it, but it is possible that the kobolds might
Speak our
have an
language.
idea. No,
We can't
I'm saying
ask because at that point we might as well ask the guide, hey, can you help us be grave robbers? That's essentially what we're saying, right?
I know. Yeah.
Especially after she told us, oh yeah, we don't want people to know where it is because there's magical weapons buried there. It's okay, well, interrogate this kobold. Tell us where the grave is. It's pretty, unless you want to kill the guy.
No.
I do cast Cure Light Wounds on the kobold.
Really?
Okay.
It's free XP.
Okay. Well, in that case.
I'm not sure you're gonna get XP for that. But
50.
You will heal a mortally wounded kobold.
The one that died of a heart attack. I'm gonna bring him back.
The one that just pitched over dead, clutching
Yeah.
his chest.
That's the one I'll bring back.
Yeah, you cast a Cure Light Wounds on him. He remains unconscious.
You can't bring people back from the dead, right? With cure light wounds. I don't think you can cure
No,
heart
well-
attacks, can you?
So I would assume that one would go to 0. And then, or it was at least -1 and start bleeding. He's not just completely dead.
Does he had a heart
cure-
attack? Isn't he dead?
he looks pretty dead.
When you reach the kobold,
Yeah.
despite him clutching his chest, his heart is still racing.
So he's
Oh,
alive.
okay.
Okay, I'm gonna drag him over then.
He starts
Um,
screeching and shouting and kicking and flailing. He was very clearly faking the heart attack,
Oh,
hoping
yeah.
that you would just leave him among the dead.
I'm bringing him back.
All right.
He's
You
not-
haul him back, then. The guide steps out from her area, Marigold, and says, "Well done, my lords. That was quite a slaughter. They never stood a chance against your might."
I'll tell our servant to go and for the other kobolds to rip their ears off. The right
Servant
ear.
will go around with a knife, chopping off the ears of kobolds. This is definitely not the job that he thought he was signing up for when he joined your house, but he will do his work diligently.
Well,
here we
do
are.
we have any questions for him?
Do you want to track them down to their lair? Kill the rest of them? Or shall we...
I mean, we've slaughtered this group pretty handily. We could send this one back with a warning, telling them that they need to clear these lands out, or we'll be showing up to destroy their lair, tomorrow. And we'll see if they leave, I guess. I mean,
I
we've
don't think they'll leave, but...
we pretty much completely destroyed them. I mean, I don't think they plan on sticking around and dying. They're kobolds. They're stupid, but they're not suicidal. Huh?
I'll speak it to him in Drakissian, Mistran, and Halfling and see if he picks up on anything.
No.
Didn't think so.
We have our guide to talk to. Yeah, we can tell the guide to instruct them that they have to pack their things and leave, or we'll show up and we'll continue to kill their wandering tribes. You have to consider if they're in packs of 100 or less, that must mean they have, I'm throwing out bullshit numbers, maybe 50 people able to fight, if the rest are like younglings or older or whatever, right? So we've just killed like, at worst, we've killed 1/5 of like their fighting capable people in like 2 seconds. So, I mean, they should feel pretty intimidated.
Yeah, no, I agree that they'll be intimidated. I just don't know where else they'll go. Like, the other kobold tribes will probably resist them.
Go where kobolds go, I guess. I don't know.
Is there any way we can ask this kobold? This is out of character. Like, have you seen any wagons like rolling around or anything like that? I'm trying to think if there's like a way we can ask the kobold if he's seen anything.
The only angle I can think of is, what were you guys planning to rob next? And then seeing if they start to say like, oh, well, we saw like there's an undefended place where some rich people go to sometimes. Like a question like that, maybe. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of.
We should try that, right? Just see if it works.
Ask them what they were planning on robbing next. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can tell the guide that. Guide, can you ask them if they had plans to rob or attack any undefended places soon?
She will muddle through some kobold, trying to pick her words, clearly struggling with the language. And the kobold will yip back at her a few times, and she says, milk cow. I think he's saying they wanted to milk cow? Or maybe the milk from a cow?
Seems like he's no use to us then. Send him off with a warning. That if kobolds are around these parts, we'll take their ears too.
Well, take their lives and then their ears after, right?
Should we take this kobold's ear as a warning?
I mean, we don't need...
Let's let him go.
Actually, no, we should. If we're sending him back with a warning, him missing an ear is probably a bit more, like, sticks in their mind.
True.
I mean, okay. He's got the bodies of his 11 dead friends, but yeah.
I'll cut his ear off and I'll cure light wounds it so it's fine. Like, the ear is, like, scarred over or whatever, but the ear is gone.
Yeah, it's okay.
Does the kobold beg for mercy as you approach him with the dagger?
Sure he yips.
Yikes. Okay.
Alright.
Okay. She gives him a warning, bumbles through it, and lets him go, and he bounds off into the woods.
She sent the message with them that they need to leave or we're going to be back to kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
As best as she could.
Cool. We have 11 ears now, correct?
Yeah, we should just give this money to the guide.
We don't need the money,
Essentially-
yeah.
No, yeah.
Just give him his.
There were
Yeah,
10, and 2 of them got away, so you should have 8 ears.
You want
You
8
said-
silver?
you said it was a gold a day, right? Here's
the
8
guide,
ears
yeah.
and 2 silver.
Well, wait, hold on. Wait, we can... First of all, it's not even... This is only... We were getting... Was it 1 silver per ear?
Yeah.
1 silver per right ear.
Right here.
And is it 10 silver is 1 gold or 100 silver is 1 gold?
Yeah, just
Yeah, okay,
just
let's
leave
take
it.
these back.
Leave it with the servants. Like, call it a tip.
Yeah, but we want to turn it in. I want the credit for this. It's very important. Do you understand?
Sure.
I understand.
Yeah.
Sure.
Not
okay.
not like me, but I want our family to have the credit for we came into this town, we did something good. Okay, half of my motivation for
understand,
being here
bro.
is to
I
build our
understand.
reputation.
You're right.
I understand more now. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
That's
yes.
noble.
We'll turn the ears in. We'll give her the fucking money because we don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I don't
about
give a-
it, but
we don't give a
we
fuck
want
about
to
the
turn
money,
the ear in. Got it.
All right.
All right.
She will lead you back to town this evening, and you guys can rejoice and feast in celebration. She thanks you for your patronage. I assume you pay her the 1 gold you owe her.
Yeah. I can do that. Maybe. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. So Asba settled into the tavern, and I say, that was fun and all, but I think our best lead is this architect.
Best leader is the architect. Oh, the best lead is the architect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would appear to be the case. Yeah.
Okay, so how do we go about finding out the architect that worked for the Baroness on this?
I mean, there should be limited people. I doubt this town has multiple. Like,
Wouldn't she have just told us who the architect was if we asked?
yeah, probably we can ask her. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you like to have asked her who the architect was?
Yeah.
You had all day with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. Might as well bring it up at some point.
Sure. We could always go and ask the Stonemason Guild as well.
Maybe. I don't think we want to go back there now that they've seen us and we didn't go back when we.
True.
Yes, the architect was a man named Dickman, Boris Dickman.
Okay.
Dick.
Boris Dickman.
Mm-hmm.
What a Dickman.
Mm-hmm.
We'll turn in the kobold ears.
Yep. Kobold ears can be turned into the local sheriff, who will pay you a silver for each one of them. So go ahead and add 8 silver to your character sheet, whoever turns them in.
I'll do it.
Yeah. That's why
Is it better? Is it better just to say keep the silver and we just did it as like
No,
a...
we can keep this over. It's fine. It's like a job for a job, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
So we need to find this Boris, right?
Need to find the architect?
Boris.
Oh,
yeah.
Boris.
Yeah.
Can you speak in American? When you speak British, it's hard sometimes to understand what you're saying.
How do you say Boris in American?
Boris.
Dickhead.
Boris.
Boris.
Is that Russian?
Yeah, Boris.
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 Thank you.
Boris? No, okay.
All right. We'll go find Boris.
Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Tomorrow morning. And you know by the fact that he has a last name that Boris is of the gentry or nobility. He's upper class, and this is sort of what he does. So it wouldn't be hard to find the Dickman family. There's a whole bunch of Dickmen around.
We need to think of like a plan of attack. Not like an attack, but like a conversation. We can't walk in and say like, "Hey, where was that noble body buried that you did the work for?" Right?
So
No,
we do the
I
same
agree.
thing that we did with the stonemasons, right? Because now we need an architect. We don't need a stonemason. We need someone to actually like figure out. the
Sure,
building
but then
and
he
what it
knows
looks
that
like.
it's pretty carefully kept secret. So
Well, we want to see his finest work.
what are we gonna
No,
do if
okay.
he turns us down for
Well,
that?
But what if you just sneak in there? Like,
Oh,
maybe
no.
we go and have a conversation with him and you try and find his office?
Yeah,
like,
never
root
mind. You
through
were
his-
saying that he should have maps of where the location is, right? Yeah, that
I
was.
mean, he might do, yeah.
Yeah, he ought to, right?
Yeah, he should do, yeah. He should probably have, like, a record of all the jobs that he's done.
For sure. A place where materials were delivered to, or like a record of like where he's worked or whatever.
Okay, so what if we go in there, like, under the ruse of, like, getting his services? Like, maybe he invites us to his office. We scope out where it is, and then you go back in the evening and try and sneak in. So once we know which room the office is in his house, like where his house is, which room the office is, you might even see like the filing cabinet that he keeps all of his records in.
I don't know if they'd have filing. Do they have filing cabinets? They have like desks.
Might
An
have.
equivalent,
Yeah,
you
sure.
know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
A drawer with papers stacked is more likely.
If you give someone a command through the spell, do they know that they've been commanded? It doesn't say in the
Yeah.
spell. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Do we all go as 3? Like, would it maybe make sense for us to go without Tyrael, just on the off chance you get seen, they won't necessarily link you back to us?
Sure, you could. Yeah.
Sure. You and I can go, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. So the 2 of the brothers are going to go see Boris in the morning, figure out where he lives, and try to distract him, or just to get information from him.
Just to find out where his office is.
Okay. And then in the evening, the other brother will go and break into the office.
That's the plan.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a charm person instead of a hold person. Just
Sure. None of these spells have expensive spell components, right? Because in order to rememorize a spell, you have to cast the first one. So you have
they
to like
shouldn't.
burn
Let
it.
me look though. But yeah.
All
Yeah,
my
yeah.
spells so far, the component has been sand. So I've just got a big bag of
Perfect.
sand.
Yeah, yeah. as long as it's not like 100 GP gem to cast this spell or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys can bed down for the night, wake up in the morning, and set off to find the Dickmen. But why don't we do that on the other side of our second break?
Cool. We will be back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tombs of Scoria. The next morning, our party heads out to go find the Dickmans, which is an easy thing to do. They have a small office in town. They also then have like an estate slightly further out of town, like a nicer place. But the in-town office also has like an apartment in it for when they're in town on duty. And as luck would have it, they are in town right now. You can approach the building. There is a servant who also works here for the Dickmans who will answer the door. Outside is a sign that says Dickman Architecture.
Okay, so real quick before we go in there, I mean, the point of this was to find the office. Sounds like we've already found it. Do we still want to go through with this? Like, now that we know where the office is, I'm not sure what additional information we're really trying to find out.
I guess if we like ask him anything, like it might just be up to Tyrael, but his lockpicking is fucking garbage.
If as long as I know what I need to roll, I can roll it. Okay.
Okay, you gonna roll another 25?
I can roll whatever I need to as long as I know what I need to roll. Okay.
How big is this building, Neil? Is there multiple rooms, or does it look like the office is just the one room?
Multiple rooms. It's 2 stories. It's not actually super big. It's like a smallish room, maybe a smallish building, maybe 25 feet across, maybe 30 feet deep. 2 stories, 2 chimneys.
Okay. Well, there we can at least go and see what he's got. So, Tyrael, you're staying behind, and me and Anton will go and...
Yeah, your
have
goal
a
is to
look at
scope
the
it out,
documents.
find out where you think the office is, where he'd be storing stuff, and then I'll do my best to get in tonight.
Okay, so I will go and knock on the door.
All right. You knock on the door. A servant opens it and says, "Welcome to Dickman and Associates Architecture. How may I help you?"
Thank you, friend. Me and my brother here, we are looking to hire the services of an architect, and I'm told that this establishment is the best place around for many miles.
Absolutely. Boris is one of the foremost architects of the modern era you can find throughout Drekis.
Fantastic. Could I meet with this fellow, Boris?
Absolutely. Please, wait here, she says, pointing to a comfortable sitting couch nearby. The room that you're in is fairly small, maybe like 15 by 15. There's a small little, fireplace in it that is unlit currently. There are a couple of glass-plated windows that look out of here. There's the desk that the servant is behind that has a couple of like little notes on it, but seems pretty tidy and orderly and blank, except for like the inkwell and the ponce nearby. She will. Oh, go ahead.
Stand up as she leaves and start walking around the edge of the room, just checking stuff out. And I'll just after I hear them head up the stairs, I'll head over to the desk, cast a glance over at the notes on there.
Yes, the one note on the desk is an order for rum. It's remember, pick up 1.75 liters of rum.
I pick it up and look for the rum around behind the desk.
There is no rum. This is probably a note to remind the servant to get rum before the day's out.
All right. Then head back.
Yep.
To the
She goes through a door, up some stairs. You can hear the feet on the wooden staircase. And then a few moments later, down come 3 people. The servant, someone who was very clearly Boris Dickman, a man in his 50s or 60s, and a younger woman who you have yet to be introduced to, but looks to be his daughter. She's in her 20s or 30s, late 20s, early 30s era.
I'll
And they come down.
Is she attractive?
I'm not sure you're in a position to be fussy, brother. But
I'm just curious what I see, and I'm sure the fans are.
She's
too.
a fairly attractive woman. She's a little. She's kind of short. She's got long blonde hair that comes down to her mid back or so. She looks like she's lived that cushy noble life, but has soft skin, gentle eyes, and is dressed fairly nicely, like a noble would be.
I'll give,
The man enters the room and says, "Hello, I am Boris. It's nice to meet you. You are?"
hello. I stand up and shake his hand and say, "My name's Dave Jones, and this is my brother Sam."
Dave Jones and Stan.
Sam.
Sam. Dave and Sam. Pleasure to meet you. I hear
Great.
you have need of architectural services.
Yes, quite the job we're looking for, really. We come from out of town to find you because back where we're from, maybe the architects that I spoke to aren't quite up to the task at hand.
Well, shall we, it's about lunchtime for me. I've been up early today, so shall we go have a bite to eat and discuss business over food and drink?
Perfect.
Sounds good.
Splendid. If you're from out of town, then let me take you over to one of the local fineries here, and he'll take you through the town a little bit.
Where would Tyrael be right now?
It's a great
Just
question.
be outside
Tyrael.
hanging out, I guess. Like across the street, maybe.
Okay, that's fine.
Kicking
We'll go to the
rocks.
local finery, and as we're leaving, I assume his daughter and a bunch of people are coming with us, right, or no?
The daughter's coming. The servant is staying behind in the firm.
So as we're walking away, I'm sure Imric and him are talking. I'm gonna look to Tyrael, and I'm just gonna give him like a 1, and then I'm gonna go like this, like there's 1 left, get in there, and we're out.
Okay.
All right.
So as we're walking past where Tyrael is, I'll say, so Boris, what did you say the name of this restaurant was?
Well, it's called the Hodgepodge, but don't let the name dissuade you. It's actually quite delicious.
Hodgepodge, fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of
The
working
meat
on
pies
here?
are where it's at.
Meat pies, okay. It's, no, I mean, I've got all afternoon, so, some drinks, some food, it sounds perfect.
Splendid. He'll take you there, sit down, order some wine, order some meat pies and some sweet pies. And why don't you both give me a charisma check that are here with them?
Yep. Uh-oh.
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 Okay. Nope, that's fine. Don't worry about it. You notice nothing. So we can play out this scenario if you guys want, but if you're just trying to kill time, then we could resolve your conversation with a single charisma check to see how what do you call it? How you come off.
I mean, I don't necessarily need to play out the whole launch, but I don't just want to distract him. I want to get him to agree to show me some of his architectural drawings once we've finished with lunch.
Okay.
So I'll talk about how, there's an architect in the town where we come from. I'll say that we're from, I guess I won't say we're from Wickthorn or Rented. Probably got architects from there. I'll say that we're from Bodden May or something.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no good architects there. And I'd met one, but his drawings that I sort of looked at them, they seemed a bit wishy-washy, and I just wasn't really impressed. Maybe he doesn't mind showing me some of his drawings.
Well, I must confess, there's 2 reasons I brought you to the Hodgepodge. The first is their fine food. The second is this is one of my favorite buildings that I have designed. And he will point around to the nice broad beams that support the ceiling, but then also have these delicate archways coming off of them between the broad ceiling beams in a sort of a playful architecture design. He'll point to the patio and show you how the patio has been opened up in such a way that it blends the inside with the outside really well. The patio kind of conforms to the terrain of nature and bleeds into nature with parts of the wood sticking out for further benches and parts of it a little bit inner, so it kind of the inside blends seamlessly with the outside. And the awnings overhead do as well. And you'll point out the lack of columns that open up this front area where you can have the glass doors that open up, but there's no large supporting beams, and that's because he used this certain type of oak in order on the sides to support and the big beam across. And clearly I don't know anything about architecture, but he goes on and on about how this building is one of his favorite ones that he's designed.
Wow, Boris, this is very impressive. Must be a lot to this architecture thing. I just thought it was about drawing, but it sounds like you must be good with numbers as well.
Certainly. It takes quite a bit of math to make sure that the finer details can support the heavier details.
Interesting. I actually have a younger brother who's always got a head for numbers. Not much of a drawer. I wonder if this is something he'd be interested in.
Well, architecture is half creativity and half arithmetic and sensibility. You know, it takes a person with a good duality to make a good architect.
That makes sense. Oh, it's interesting at least, and the food is fantastic. I might say the wine is some of the best I've tasted since leaving Bombay.
It would have been a terrible shame to design such a wonderful building and have it be not well represented. It's nice that I can bring prospective clients here.
Indeed. Cheers to that. I'll
Cheers to that.
I'll
take a
toast.
drink.
Yeah. The wine will keep coming. The pies are sweet and savory. Savory and sweet in opposite order. And is there anything that you'd like to pump these people for? Anything that you'd like to seed or lay the groundwork on?
Yeah, so how much is he drinking by the end of this long lunch? I will encourage him to drink. I mean, it's in my nature to encourage him to drink anyway, so I will be drinking with him.
He will not really feel the pressure of your encouragement. However, his daughter, whose name you...
Wait, hello?
Quite a bit.
Hello.
Did my thing just lag, or did anybody else not hear Koibu talk for like 10 seconds?
No,
I heard him.
Oh, weird. My thing must have been lagging. Could you repeat that last thing? Sorry.
He will not drink he will not conform to the pressure that is applied to make to encourage him to drink, but his daughter Heka will.
So I will keep drinking with Heka then.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I still want to. I don't feel like pressuring him into asking him about the location of the grave or anything like that. But I would still like to see his architectural drawings at the end of this, and I want to do it under the cover of like my my younger brother, who's maybe interested. I want to see what's involved, and maybe show me. But once they're leaving, I will ask Heka what she's doing this evening, and if she fancies meeting up later.
Give me a charisma check.
Out of the ear of her father, of course.
Out of the ear of her father?
Yeah, you know, like, oh shit, these fucking rolls, man. 4 on a 6.
Yeah. She tells you that she has business to attend to tonight with her father. She's got to go over some plans for a new building. But that if you're buying drinks, she'll be up late.
Yeah? I mean, I'm around. I've got nothing else to do in this town.
Well, you know, our estate is on the outside of town, and when we're on in here, there's not much going on. Not much that a couple of drinks can't cure.
Yeah, so are you inviting me to your estate, or do you want to meet me at my... we're staying at the Red Rooster.
No. Red Rooster it is. I'll meet you there sometime after sundown.
Fantastic. Well, I've eaten enough already today. I suppose maybe I'll have a walk around the town to clear my head.
Oh, great. You can head off.
Well, they're all doing this. Am I going into the bill? Are we? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what we're about to get to.
Okay, just making sure. Don't. Why you laugh like that? What's so funny about that?
Oh no, I was right about to segue into this.
Okay.
My next words were going to be, meanwhile, Stephen.
Tyrael.
Tyrael.
Tyrell.
Tyrol.
Sorry.
All right, Tyrael. You see them walk away from the place. You can see through the windows that the one servant remains in the downstairs room.
Mm-hmm.
You could also see through the windows that she had to go into a side room and up the stairs to get to the office where Boris and Heka were.
Mm-hmm.
And now that they've made their way down the street, what would you like to do?
I would like to see, is there a back door into the establishment?
No,
or is it just one entrance?
Yeah, it's just the front door. It's a pretty small building.
All right, I would like to go and see if I can enter the building.
Yeah.
Can I do it in a very quiet manner? Or you said that I can see down in the window that the servant is somewhere else. Is it possible for me to open the door and go in without them like seeing, or are these like direct line of sight?
You can see through the window that the servant has like a desk in the front atrium. If you would like to try and wait for an opportunity when she is not in the atrium, that is possible.
Yeah, I would like to.
And
wait
I'll
for
make
an
a die roll to
opportunity.
see if she leaves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at some point she's gonna have to take a bathroom break, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, she gets up and leaves the office maybe 20 minutes after the others go.
Okay.
She's got a little bag over her shoulder, probably going grocery shopping or something. Coin purse at her side, shuts and locks the front door, and then heads on out.
Well, that's pretty unfortunate. Okay. After she's made her
Just
way.
roll what you need to roll.
You're right. Can I shuffle up to the door?
Yeah. So this office is in the town, and it's like sort of the middle of the day. So if you want to pick the lock here, it's going to be a little bit sketchy because it's going to be daytime lock picking, and if someone walks by, you might draw suspicion.
How like public of an area is this? Are we like on like a main road where there are dozens of people walking by constantly, or is it just maybe somebody could come by? Or
It's off of the road that leads to the temple, so people will not be walking by a lot on this street, but like 80 feet down, there's a street where people will be crossing a bunch.
okay, I don't mind attempting it there then. I'm in my commoner clothing, so
Okay, so it'll take you up to 10 minutes to pick a lock.
okay.
If your check is successful, we'll roll a 1d10 to see how long it takes, and then we'll determine whether or not someone walks by, and then we'll determine whether or not they see you. So give us a lockpicking check.
Okay. I need 25 or less, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
get like an 18.
Oh man, I don't know how I'm feeling about this one.
What about, is there like a window maybe?
What's your
There we go.
climbing proficiency? Or like your
it's
climbing?
very high, so I can climb if this doesn't
Shouldn't you
work.
just climb up and then? Shouldn't you climb first?
Actually, I think I am feeling the pickpocket. Hold on. Let me 3, 2. Hold on, I'm trying to find the right combination of.
Oh, yeah, you gotta find the
Oh
time.
shit. Okay, no.
Yeah, you fuss around with the keys with your lockpicks a little bit, but this is just too complicated. You can't quite find the right spot. Not all locks are made the same.
That's
and this
fine.
one is one of those like up pushing locks.
Don't
sort
care.
of like the old Egyptian style.
Are there any windows open above or a roof that I can like climb my way up towards?
The second story does have a small balcony on the backside.
Sounds good. Okay, I will be climbing that, and I will pass that check, okay? So I would like to scan up and down the alleyway, make sure that nobody's coming.
Yeah, you're gonna be climbing to the second story of a building in the daylight in a public area.
nobody
Just go
walking
around the
around.
back of the building.
Can I
and
climb
do
like
it?
the side?
Yeah, but still, you're in a town. Even if you're on the backside of a building, it does go to the second story. It is pretty obvious. It's not guaranteed to be seen. I'll make some checks, but I just want you to know that there is a non-zero chance that someone might spot this
Listen, I'm
activity.
in commoner clothing. I don't care. We're all good. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I would like to climb very quickly. Ready?
Ready?
Oh my god.
Oh,
Okay, I'm trying very hard not to be seen, so I'm a little bit paranoid. My hands are a little bit sweaty, not able to climb. It's been a long time since I've done this, okay? I'm not used to sneaking around like this.
Sure. It's like a 15-foot climb, so why don't you roll me a d15 to see how far off the ground you are when your climbing check fails. So what I'm seeing is that you get to the top and then slip and tumble, or maybe like the very last stretch of it is a little bit too flat, and you have to like jump and leap and try and grab the top of it, and your hands just like roll off the rounded railing, and you will tumble. Do you have an acrobatics proficiency?
He has a tumbling
Or a
proficiency.
tumbling
actually.
proficiency?
Um,
Do you?
yes, I do,
He does.
actually.
Does that? I think with a successful check, you will take no damage from this fall. So make me a tumbling check.
Is there a place I click for that, or do I just need to roll a dice or a die?
Skills.
It would be on your skills page, or you can just roll a d20.
Yep,
plus
I'm on
your-
skills, and I see all my skills, but I don't. Oh no, I see. Okay, so I'm making a tumbling proficiency. What am I? Can you tell me what I need to roll so I understand what I'm rolling here?
21 or higher. Oh!
With 16 dex,
Yes, it is unfortunate. You
I roll
will,
a 4.
Oof.
How
You
did I
will
just roll so
twist
many
your-
bad things in a row?
You'll twist your ankle on the descent, torquing it badly for 4 points of damage. It will swell. It will be awkward. You'll still be able to move on it. It'll take a few days to heal.
Can you try again to climb it though? Right, you can usually do
No,
these things twice.
no. Climbing and lockpicking is if you can't make it, it's beyond your level. And I think this is indicative of there's that jump you've got to make and then grab onto the smooth rock on top, which is sort of rounded.
I think I remember reading you have to try it. It's like once per level. So like if you level up, I think you can return and try it again or something.
If your
Lockpicking,
skill goes up on it. Yeah.
Time to break a window.
Which is basically once per level.
Oh, are the windows actually like glass windows, or is it just like bars, or just open, or what?
They're plate glass, but in this day and age, plate glass is sort of thick. Yeah, it could be broken, but it would be very obvious. It's not easy to break this stuff.
Be obvious that it's broken, or obvious in sound?
Obvious that it was broken, obvious with sound, and obvious that it was intended to be broken. Not like someone was hitting a baseball and it accidentally broke my window. Like somebody smashed my window with a rock over and over again.
Jesus. Okay, well listen, okay? As I was jumping, no, I failed on every level. Okay, as I was jumping, maybe I saw something and I can throw a rope up there.
Do you have a grappling hook?
No, I have rope climbing as a proficiency though, or rope use.
If you have a grappling hook, you could pretty easily scale this. I'd give you another check at plus 10% to your max.
So it's
of
15
95.
feet. Do you not think that he could just take a rope, sling it over, and then kind of feed it through?
Feed it.
There's
nothing from which to feed it through.
Oh, I assume that there's a terrace, right?
Yeah,
so I assume there'd be a little
terrace with a. No, it's like a solid stone wall that comes up that's rounded on top. Yeah. You would need a grappling hook or some other implement, or the world's greatest trampoline, or a potion of climbing walls or something.
So hear me out there, right? He can climb up to he can climb 15 feet up, right? That's how far he got up.
No, that was the jump to the top to try and grab that he failed on.
But he can get right. He is able to climb quite close to the top. Could he not tie a rope from that point?
To what?
I don't know, to something up there.
I think it's
so I think he failed.
We fucked so many rolls in a row, an impossible number of rolls in a row. There's no other way to get in on the ground. It's just two windows and a door.
There's the door. There's windows on this room. There's a back room to this front area as well, in which there are windows. It looks like it is what would you call it? The office is downstairs, and it looks like the living quarters are upstairs. So there's the front atrium, there's the back office, and then there's the living quarters upstairs.
Okay, that's fine. We'll do it in another day. There's no rush. There's no reason why it has to be today, I guess. I fucked up too much. I'm gonna just hobble away, I guess. I'm gonna go back to the tavern where we're at.
Give me a perception check as you walk away.
Hold on.
No, fuck this one up too.
You don't notice this, but someone has alerted a guard, and the guard does come to check on the place. They don't see you, but when you are leaving, and you don't see them when they're leaving. This is more for the viewers to hear about. But you can make it away before anyone spots you.
Okay.
And you can arrive back at the Red Rooster, and your brothers will arrive back at the Red Rooster maybe 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half after you arrive home.
Your for these things like climbing walls or any of this, or picking locks, your dex has absolutely nothing to do with this, right? It's just your raw thief skills.
Yeah.
The dex does have something to do with this. Your just skill will factor into that. And now that your dex has gone up, actually, what is your dex now? 17?
It's 16. Wait, what does that adjust? Because my adjust is 0 on every skill.
Right, because when we filled this out, you had, what was it, 14 dex?
13.
13, but now that it is 16, let's take a look, because some of these might be affected by your dexterity now.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
I rolled so badly in everything.
Roll a 99, yeah.
Unless I can get it adjust 15. Yeah.
I mean, it might do 15.
I thought it only went up to 95 max, but I could be wrong.
Hey,
95
hey.
max. Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
16 dexterity will give you plus 5% on your open locks.
That's it?
That's it.
When
Something.
What about in climbing though?
Nothing on climbing.
A dexterous activity.
Dex doesn't even affect climbing in the slightest, it appears.
Okay. Well,
Only pickpockets, open locks, fire and remove traps, move silently, and hide in shadows.
So we come back into the Red Rooster. I'm half cut at this point. I say, I swear, Anton, she was giving me the eye. I'm going to meet her later.
Oh, you're meeting her later.
Yeah, man.
Well, that'll be
Better than
exciting
s-
for you.
Better than spending all night in the woods killing kobolds. Let me tell you.
You didn't enjoy that?
And it was all right.
I loved it.
Yeah, well,
It's
you know,
thrilling.
different priorities, I guess.
Anton, why are you hobbling around? Or not Anton, Tyrael.
I'm upstairs in the room. I'm very grumpy.
Oh. I guess eventually I'll go upstairs to the room. I'll ask you why you're hobbling around.
You can't see
and
me
I'll heal
hobbling
you.
around because I'm in bed.
Okay, can I heal you? It's good. It's good XP.
I don't think I would say anything. Tyrael's too ashamed. Climbing is like one of the best things that I did. I'm like Bran, okay, from Game of Thrones. Climbing is what I do, and I couldn't climb a simple building, so it's quite embarrassing. I think I do my best to conceal this.
Okay.
Is it 1 HP per day of healing?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you come downstairs to have a drink with us or not?
No, I failed everything. I'm pretty upset right now.
Anton, where's Cyril?
I don't know. Maybe he got caught. Let me go check the room. I were up there. See you there. What happened? Did you get anything?
It's been a long time since I've done anything
Well-
like this. I worry I'm out of practice. I wasn't able to get in today. We need another way to get in. Maybe on another
That's
day.
fine. Don't stress about it.
Well,
We're
we need to
downstairs having
figure
a
out
drink if you want to come.
where this tomb is. I don't feel like drinking. I've drank enough. We've been here.
Okay, well. Imric is, he's meeting with the guy's daughter tonight, so
To do
maybe
what?
he'll be able to. I don't know. Drinks? Maybe he'll talk to her. He's always trying to get laid. You know what he's doing.
All right. Well, if you can figure out any more information about I don't know how that would come up while they're chatting, but
Yeah, I don't know either, but I'll close the door and leave.
yeah, I guess. Hopefully he's thinking with his larger head this time.
So where is he, Anton?
True. Oh, he's laying upstairs. He didn't get anything.
What's wrong with him? Someone pissing his tea or what?
I think he fell down and pissed in his own tea. I don't know.
Oh, that sucks. Well, you want a drink?
I'll drink a little bit, but not much.
Sweet. All right. I mean, I'm waiting. I'll drink with Anton until I'll shoo him off when Heki gets here.
Sure. So I think there's nothing else to do in the middle of the day, unless you guys have plans to discuss.
Nope.
Before Heka shows up.
Just debating if I should fuck with my little brother, but no, I think I'll leave him alone.
Wait, are you
that evening?
Am I? Who's the youngest?
You're the oldest. I'm the second. Nick is
I'm
the
the
youngest.
youngest.
Oh, okay. I mixed that up. Okay, gotcha. All right.
That evening, you're hanging out at the Red Rooster, and Heka will come on in, see you, make a beeline for the bartender, order a couple of drinks, and then come over
I
and get your-
go to the bar and I stop her from buying the drinks and I say, "Hey, Heka, it's great to see you. I think our deal was that I was buying the drinks."
Certainly, I was just ordering them.
Ah, fair enough. I hand some gold over to the bartender. What is it you're drinking?
Whiskey or vodka?
I will sit in a corner and watch this with amusement.
Let's go for whiskey for now. I'll order
Alright.
some whiskey.
Great. You guys can order the whiskey. She'll have a seat with you as it is brought over, and she will down the first tumbler right away. The servant who has barely even poured your drink will quickly pour her another, which she will then begin to sip and say, "So, color of your money is pretty bright. I don't think I've heard of your family name before. David, was it? Davy?
Jones.
Sorry. Jones. Right, Davy Jones. That's where it is.
I prefer David, but sure.
David. Right.
Yeah, you not have enough to drink at lunch. You neck that whiskey pretty quick.
You can next that wet wine pretty quickly at lunch.
Yeah, well, it was the best wine I've tasted in weeks.
Well. I too have a appreciation for the distilled beverages of the world.
Very good. Cheers to that.
Cheers.
So, how did your well, you said you were doing like checking plans with your father or something?
Yeah, well, he's trying to teach me the family business, and it's great and fine, and you know.
Oh yeah. What?
Yeah.
You want to be an architect too?
Want? I don't know about want, but you know, family lines and all that. You do what your parents did before you. You're locked into a life that you're born into, and that's all you do. So here we are. I do architecture, and you do what exactly, Mr. Jones?
Well, you know, I do this. I drink. You know, I don't
You're a
really,
professional drinker?
I wouldn't say I'm
do that?
I wouldn't say I'm a professional. It costs me more than I make, I'll say, but we can afford it, I suppose.
So what do you do?
I don't know. What does any noble do? I just hang about town. I travel. Well, you know, I can.
So you're like one of them slightly up here nobles who actually doesn't have anything that you do.
Yeah, maybe. You know, I've done some adventuring. You know, like help the town out with monsters from time to time. I can.
Oh, so you're a fighter. I
can
saw the
swing
sword at your hip. I didn't know if it was decorative or if it was, you know.
I can swing a sword. Let me tell you. Give her a wink.
I don't think I've heard of the Jones family from Bon May before.
You've not? Maybe you should spend more time on your heraldry and less time on your numbers.
My governess has told me that so many times.
Hey, well, look, I couldn't do what you do. Those numbers send my head spinning.
Not so bright, huh? Just good with your hands?
Something like that. So, what's it like being an architect then? What does old Boris have you doing?
Do you really want to talk about work?
Sure, I'm trying to get to know you, eh?
Well, things need to be built. Some people have a good aesthetic vision. And that's where we come in. So it's, you know, a lot of discussion, drawing things, throwing things away, pulling them out of the trash and looking at them again. I typically find that like the first impression you have is usually the one that you end up going with, but it's worthwhile to dig through a whole bunch of other ideas and concepts to modify the first impressions that you have. You know?
I get that. Yeah, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
you don't look too old. How long have you been working with your father on this?
Since I've come of age.
2 years, maybe.
Just a little longer than that, you know. But it's pretty good stuff. You know, we get to build cool things, go to cool places, meet interesting people. I got to meet the Baroness and get fairly close with her while we were designing her daughter's tomb.
Whoa!
We
the
built
Baroness,
some.
eh?
Well, you know, Baroness here, noble there, no big deal.
Yeah,
Going to the kill, Nick.
Something happened with the Baroness's daughter. How old was she?
33.
Oh yeah, how did she die?
Died in battle, fighting a mystery and scum.
Ah, cheers to that.
Mm-hmm.
So what was is that the most elaborate thing you've worked on then?
No, that's actually pretty small. It was just like a straight tunnel and then a room at the back. Actually, architecturally speaking, it was pretty drab. You know, front doors, nice and strong and made out of stone, built into sort of the stone side, the walls around it. Mostly our job there was like the actual tomb itself, the room. You know, there's some like nice stone drapings around there. We hired some local stonemasons to build the sarcophagus, and you know, they did a good job of that. Architecturally speaking, that's probably the least interesting thing I've ever done.
Oh, that's a shame. But I guess You would think that the Baroness would want like a more elaborate tomb for her daughter.
Her daughter was sort of real martial type, right? No big eye for flair. Like to break heads with axes and bash faces with shields. So, in her honor or something, the Baroness wanted something simple. The elaborate part of it was the getting the supplies to the location and, making sure everyone was on the up and up, because it's a secret where she's buried. Shh, don't tell anyone.
Really?
Mhm.
Why?
Because, the Baroness wants to keep it protected. And so in order to keep it free and safe, you got to keep it from would-be thieves and robbers.
So is it like near the keep or something, or somewhere?
No. It's like way out in the woods. You wouldn't be able to find it unless you knew where it was,
Out in the woods? Sounds dangerous.
Yeah, it was pretty far out there. We had to have the Baroness's knights guard the construction crews while they were working on it. We had to dig out into the hill. It's just like a straight tunnel into it for about 100 feet, something like that.
Do you have to camp out there?
Oh yeah, I had to spend like a month out there or so building it. Well, maybe not a month, like 2 or 3 weeks. Most of the work was actually in designing the struts to hold the roof open, because it's actually just, once you get through the stone facade, it's actually just dirt along the walls until you get to the laid stone we did in the back chamber. And so then the struts had to be built similar to how you might have in a mine, but we put in some touches and flourishes to make it look a little bit nicer than just a simple mine shaft. Yeah,
I guess.
good work.
Yeah, wow. It's extremely interesting.
Really?
That
was
sure,
pretty drab and boring.
I mean, well, like you said, most of the girls I speak to back home don't do anything same as me. All we do is just sit around and drink, and at least I go.
So you're out here slumming it with us working class gentry?
Something like that, yeah. I won't begrudge you it though. At least I can just pay for the drinks, eh?
Well.
So you run into any danger while you were out there? Get attacked by any monsters? Ever had to wield a sword yourself?
No. Baroness's bodyguards and knights took care of all the things. Set up big torches, tiki torches around, keep them fueled. That way the monsters stay away. Knights keep an eye on things. The workmen that did all the heavy lifting made oaths to secrecy. It's all pretty up and up.
Yeah,
pretty
nice.
easy. No real danger.
How long did you have to travel for?
No, it's less than you can walk there in a day.
Oh, really? Does the?
Oh yeah, it's pretty close.
Hey, maybe we should go and see it. I could protect you from any of the monsters.
It's a secret. Don't you remember? I can't tell you where it is.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, secret. Well, I mean, what used to I have for robbing graves, so.
She shrugs.
So,
what do you spend your days doing if you don't actually have a job? A function in society. You just go around hunting things?
there's
Drinking all day?
parties, there's politics at court. These sorts of things, I practice with my bow. I have a squire.
So you just live a life of luxury then?
Yeah, I guess. I guess that's what the gods chose for me. Who am I to complain?
Isn't that what they always say?
Yeah, they do say that, you're right.
What is it? Divine mandate? Divine rule? Divine law? What is the term?
Divine right.
Divine right, that's the one.
Yeah. Well, I'm no baron though. Don't speak the baron and Bon May too often.
Oh, well.
So maybe you rub shoulders with higher folk than I do.
I mean, I might complain all the time, but I'm pretty happy with what I do. Gives me something to focus on.
Like I said,
You know what they say, the greatest creativity comes after 5 drinks. And she holds up her glass. She's on drink 3, necks it, I think as you folks say, and fills again.
Okay, I mean, I guess I'll keep drinking with her. I don't know if I can really like press any more directly than this to ask like where it is specifically. So
I think you've
try
gotten most of the information you can get out of her directly, but if you have an indirect way of getting it,
Ask her during sex. I'm sorry.
wait, baby, before we go any further, where's the tomb?
I've been trying to think of indirect ways whilst we've been.
What if you have like a kink for fucking on like royal buried ground, like going to a graveyard and having like.
I never mentioned it before, but actually, this is something I'm really into.
That's a character flaw.
I think I'll just try and I try and keep up good impressions, and I'll have the date go as well as I.
All right, last charisma check with this woman before your reputation is sealed, Nick.
Yes. Come on.
All right,
Nailed it.
it's fine. You guys have a pleasant evening. She drinks quite a bit. She keeps up with you and then some, and she weighs less than you. So she clearly has a love for drinks, I believe is the polite way of saying it.
Yes.
Mr. Mooton, you've been watching this from the sidelines. What's going on?
It took all my courage and strength, Neil, not to cast Charm Person and steal her away, but
Oh,
I did.
okay.
Yeah, no, just watching. I was waiting for him to fuck up, but he didn't really fuck it up, so
No, I did all right. Yeah. Okay.
that's it.
What about you, Tyrael? Are you still upstairs moping?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to sleep and go to the next day, or I guess catch up with them when they're done with what they're doing. See what our next move is.
Okay. Well, she will leave that night after many, many drinks and stumble her way back home. And the party will have a chance to speak again, or we can just skip to the next day.
I mean, I think I'm probably pretty weighted by this.
You're not even gonna escort her home, brother?
Yeah, I guess I'll walk her back now. Actually, now that I think.
Yeah, you'll walk home. Okay.
Yeah.
By the time you get back, she has no key to the house, so she bangs on the door until a servant comes down, the same servant from before, and opens the door. Clearly woken up from the middle of her sleep. At this point, Heka will give you a flourishing curtsy over the top and say, "Thank you for a lovely evening, Mr. Davy."
Jones, Mr. Jones. But it's been great getting to know you. Perhaps I'll see you around town sometime.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
I
if
hope
I'm
you
working with your father.
hire our firm for what was it that you needed designing again?
Oh, well, that's a secret. I give her a wink.
For designing your secrets, secret designers. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Secrets.
I will turn around and walk as soberly as I'll give a bow to the servants and turn around. Head
All
back
right.
down
Give
the
me a
path.
con check to see how soberly you can walk away.
Not
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
it goes well in my head, but
Yeah.
the servant knows.
The servant knows. The servant knows. Okay. The party can reconvene and discuss their plans.
Okay, so the next morning I will explain to them that I was speaking with the architect's daughter, and I couldn't get the exact location of the crypt, but it's in a hill within easily a day's walk, Berkshire, and they were there for weeks. They were escorted by the Baronet Knights, so that certainly narrows it down somewhat. A day's walk into the Patchwood. That can't be a huge area.
A day's walk. You're talking to all of us now, right? Up in our room.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, not the Patchwood, the pocket
A day's walk into the pocket. Where?
in the side of a hill.
And we think this is enough information for us to be able to find where the tomb is.
No, not necessarily, but it narrows it down a lot.
What do you think?
Well, we know it's in the pocket within a day's walk. In a hill. I don't know how hilly the pocket is. Maybe we could go talk to the lady and.
If it's a day's walk into the pocket in a hill, and we spend a day out there, have you told us everything that she told you?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Because one of the things that she mentioned when she was talking to
Big
you was that they had to
stone door.
bring a lot of stuff So there should be like pretty heavy markings of where people have traveled that are pretty out of place. I don't imagine a lot of construction equipment is carried in and out of the pocket for stuff like this. So I would imagine it should be pretty noticeable, the trails that were made when they were transporting stuff. And then nights.
It's been 6 months, but there should still be like maybe something's left. I think we could find it with like a good tracker.
I mean, if we had even if we took the brute force method in like a week, we could probably find it.
Well, yeah, the entrance is a big stone door, so.
Yeah. Week that's starting to approach a pretty wide amount of time, but
I think 2 days we could find it if we blind looked. But I think if we take a guide, I think we'd be 100% in 2 days. Because she's gonna know where the big hills are, but then she knows that what we're looking for.
Yeah. Could we not get like a topographical map of the area, find out where the hills are?
Might be able to buy one.
You're definitely not going to have a topographical map. Unfortunately, the technology and skilled labor percentage at this time is pretty low, but you can ask a person who knows the area on an existing map of yours to like point out those sorts of things to be like a rough topographical map. But you'd have to someone would have to know that you're looking for hills and whatnot.
She also said like mine shaft kind of. I don't know if that keys into anything.
I say we just ask a different guide than the one we spoke to last time.
That makes sense.
I mean, let's think of like, what could we be looking for in hills? What kind of monsters might live in hills that we're looking to hunt?
Hill giants, hill trolls, kobolds, maybe.
Hill giants, maybe, yeah.
Do we want to call it here?
and then think, how we're gonna find this for next time.
We can do XP as well.
Why don't we just talk with the guide in question?
Okay.
Well, I don't know
Because
what
I
we'd say
think-
yet, because we can't tell somebody like too specifically what we're looking for. We don't want anybody to know that like we were out here trying to find the grave. It's like really,
What
really
pretense could you create that would give you information about locations of hills close to roads to get this information?
When we can we be clear? When we say hill, we're not talking like mountains, right? We're talking about something.
Correct.
That's
Talking
like,
about like a hill.
Yeah.
like something I could find like in Iowa or Nebraska, right? Not like the hills of like fucking.
Well, I don't know
Colorado or
about
Tennessee.
Nebraska. That's pretty much flat, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. When you say hill, like I'm thinking like I go out to recess and there's like a hill, but are you talking about like a hill that could be like I'm just trying to understand what.
We're talking
like
a hill that has
big
like
enough to a mine shaft.
an elevation of less than like a few hundred feet.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so like a sizable thing.
She said that it was easily within a day's walk. So if we could get like a map of where the hills are, we'd probably be able to like narrow it down and say that it's.
Well, not. He said we can't get
close.
maps, but we could get a guide of like.
Okay, yeah. Like if we could get a guide to say like, oh, there's a hill here, here, and here, we could probably safely assume maybe it's in the closer one.
Well, a day's walk is like 20 miles. So we would probably assume it's within the 15 to 20 mile range.
It's probably less than 20 miles through the forest.
Oh, sure. Well, then let's say 10 miles through the forest. So then we could
Yeah.
probably do like 5 to 10 miles. So that's a 5-mile berth of where hills are, depending on how many hills there are. Let's say there's 5. We go visit 5 different things. We look for a stone entrance. Should be like a 2-day thing.
We can't really take a guide with us though, right? Can we do this on our own, or will we get lost?
Yeah, we would just need it on the map. Like, okay, here are probably the rough areas of like where I think like big hills are, for you to go fight your kobolds that you hear in hills. That's what we could say. Like, we heard there's kobolds in hills in the pocket. Can you point us out the hills on this map?
Oh, that's it.
We'll go-
We could say that we interrogated a kobold off the road, and he said that their lair was in the hills near town.
that works.
In the pocket.
Yeah.
Great. All right, you can hire a guide to give you this information. They will charge you a full day's wage if you use them at all, because it kills their whole day of work. So pay out 1 gold piece.
I'll do it off the credit sheet.
Yeah, and the guide will tell you that the rivers of the Lamdune and the Upperberg River are sort of this way because there is like a large expanse of hills that run off of the main mountain, off of Wicklamdo, heading out this way. And so there's like a central range of hills that runs through the pocket like this. It will get sort of close to Berkshire, but not that close. Actually, it doesn't usually cross the road. So it's closer to that or something. And the closest hills are going to be about 5 miles from town.
So the way you're drawing the lines, are the hills sort of like... Are they like this? Like...
Yeah, their ridges run... What is this, like west by east by southeast?
So we can cut off literally like everything to like the right of this, guaranteed.
We can probably just find this ridge and walk along it, right?
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Yeah. So you'll have basically a section like this blue line where it could theoretically be.
Yeah, no, that seems fair.
Okay. And this is going to be on the next day. So let's see, the 30th is when you spoke to the architects. Cross that off. We're going to be moving into July. July 1st is when you speak to the next guide.
Can we take horses? Is this fine? Just our horses off of the carriage. We can put 2 person on a horse if possible, and then we can just like do this really quickly on horseback.
You can take your horses out if you would like. You'll have to tie them up to a tree or something while you go into the tomb.
Is that fine?
And that's usually fine unless there's something on the outside that attacks them. It's possible that you could go into the tomb and your horses would get killed. Or if you run into a fight, these are not like combat mounts.
Correct.
So if someone like hurts the horses or there's like blood in the air,
They're fine,
the horses might spook and bolt, possibly taking you with them.
Does
They're
this
not
seem
combat
fine
mounts.
to take the horses?
I think
Both
so. I
of you?
mean, we've all got horseback riding.
Correct.
So... I mean, can we not, like, rent horses?
You
Say
cannot
that.
rent horses
Okay.
because then people would just not.
Yeah.
They would just take the horse and steal it, right?
We'll take the
you
horse
might-
and we'll do this in a day then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when we come back next week, our party is going to go scour the area that they now understand where the tomb may be on horseback, try and find the entrance, and go in and steal the goods off of Tara Nichols.
Good.
Yeah, sounds good.
XP so we
Well-
don't forget about spells and shit.
Yes. Well done, everybody, on today's session. This was some very clever interrogation and some very good use of scouting out everything. Even if the rolls were not always in your favor, you still managed to overcome your problems. So,
Got there.
let me just calculate some experience. And while I'm calculating experience, I want to actually check in with your characters a little bit, starting with MrMouton's character, Anton. How much would you say you're a cleric of vengeance, right?
Correct.
How much of your actions with digging into the graves and stealing the things that may or may not have been magical is influenced by your desire for vengeance, and how much of it is influenced by your desire for just personal wealth and gain, you know?
So I don't think my character wants anything for personal wealth. That's not the route he's going. He's more going we need stuff to kill Scoria, the greatest evil that he's ever known, the fire dragon. And there's probably stuff in those tombs that Claridus doesn't even know about that would be maybe insanely helpful. So it's like already robbing one grave. Might as well take all we can. But he doesn't want to keep the rings, right? Like he knows they're not magical. They're not going to help us at all. So he wants to return them. The only thing that he did really like for vengeance was the kobolds. He knows kobolds attack people and kill people. So he took one of their ears, like as a revenge kind of thing.
The killing of the kobolds was a vengeance thing for you, not just like a...
The taking of the alive kobold's ear.
Okay. Tyrael, you had a hard time breaking into things today. And it seems that your character was a little...
Sometimes I did really well. Other times we didn't do as well. Okay. It's just an off day. It was in broad daylight.
Wait, I think he meant like hard time as in like
No.
feeling.
Let him speak.
sorry.
This is what I'm aiming for. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant hard time as in... Whoa, somebody's got super speakers in the background. Yeah, listen, I picked the lock in the tomb. We got through that fine. Okay, it was broad daylight. Okay, I'm kind of nervous sneaking around in the day. It kind of runs counter to everything that I'm trying to do, which is build like the reputation up for my family. So it's pretty scary if I get caught doing something like this early, that we're kind of like making backwards progress, regressing, I guess.
And how do you feel? Does it bother you that you failed to break into the lock and climb the wall?
I mean, like,
like,
it's a
does it weigh on
tad
you?
irritating, but like, I think that the rogue skills that Tyrael has aren't like a point of pride for him. So like, I would be like very proud that I was able to nail my shots on the kobolds that we turned in the ears. We didn't really talk much about that, but that would have been like a big point of pride. The rogue stuff is just stuff that Tyrael knows, you know, as a result of spending time with his shady uncle growing up, and he knows how to do these things. And it's kind of like what's the name of the Black Doctor in House?
Foreman.
Foreman. Yeah, you know how House would ask Foreman to like break into buildings and stuff, and because of his background, like he could do it. But it's not, but Foreman's not like, oh, like he's most proud of being a doctor. He can break into a house if he needs to because of his background, and like that's an asset to what they do. But it's not like he's super proud of that, right? Tyrael would view his like roguish background as like kind of similar, like, yeah, I can do these things in service of hopefully, you know, the greater good that we're trying to accomplish. But it's not. He's never gonna brag about like I'm a master pickpocket, or you know, I can climb and sneak into buildings or whatever. That's like, yeah, it's something he knows how to
Okay.
do. Yeah.
All right, something you know how to do, but it's not what you hold yourself to. It's
Yeah,
not the
no,
standard
definitely
you got it. Okay. And Imric,
Yes.
you've been drinking a lot lately, and you've been
Yeah.
hitting on noble women and giving false names, and sometimes you feel more like the rogue of the party than Tyrael.
I guess Imric's really just been doing what he was doing back at home, really. I mean, yeah, we did a bit of fighting here and there. I don't think certainly not this session, I don't think the gravity of the situation. He's kind of just carrying on as he was, and it's going all right for him. I mean, look, like his drinking solved this problem somewhat. He's got a plan now, so I don't think he's feeling too bad. I think he's the kind of guy who lives day to day, doesn't worry too much about the future, and right now the day to day is going quite well. I think his magic is not really proving very useful, and I think he's a reluctant. Unless he can try too hard in wizard school, much prefers to shoot his bow than he does to cast color spray, for example, in that fight against the kobolds. But you know, to be a good wizard probably takes an unaddled mind. So perhaps we'll see his wizarding come more into its own in the future.
Okay. So everyone will take home 485 experience, which is then split between your two subclasses.
Do we keep
So
the
it's-
0.5s?
We'll just round down to 242 because I already rounded up to 485.
You said
So
485 divided by 2,
Yeah, so 242 for each of your classes.
not 243.
Um,
Oh, you said you already rounded up. Never mind. Okay.
yeah, I rounded up to the 245. For hit die of creature defeated, you guys each you killed 10 kobolds or defeated 10 kobolds. Kobolds are half a hit die. And let's see, do you?
We get 3 times 10. We get 30 per.
Kobolds are,
We should get 150, I think, for that. Yeah.
Okay, so you killed 10 kobolds, half a hit die each, so that's 5 hit die of creatures. So you each get 50 XP to your fighter for fighting the kobolds.
No, it's per level. It's 50 XP per level of fighter. So I think it's 150.
Right, you're all level 3 fighters, right?
Yeah. So
So
5.
that would be
5
30
hit
per kobold time. Oh, yeah, 150, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
150 to the warriors. Mr. Priest.
150 to the warrior experience, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I
Uh,
cast 1 Entangle.
You cast 1 Entangle and 1 Cure Light Wounds, but I don't think the Cure Light Wounds
Cure Light
is
Wounds
going to
can go
count
off,
because
yeah.
it was, whatever. So go ahead and get 50 for the Entangle. Mr. Wizard, you cast a Detect Magic.
Oh, I did cast a
over-
detect magic.
foes or problems. It didn't really work out for you. There was no difficulty or danger in it. I don't think that's worth anything, really.
Oof.
Yeah. Mr. Rogue, you did not successful use of ability. You did pick a
So,
lock. That's
pick-
worth 200 experience.
That doesn't count as 3 locks?
No, no.
Okay, whatever.
And you didn't end up keeping any treasure. You gave it all back.
Not
We
yet.
still have the 2 rings and the amulet, right?
How much XP would that be?
You're gonna give it back.
What? Are you
Hold on.
railroading us?
It depends.
I'm not railroading you, but I'm not gonna give you experience and then take it away later, right? That seems shitty.
Okay, I will keep
So,
that
if you
notated
decide
then.
to
2 rings and an
Treasure
amulet.
later. Yeah, I've notated their value already in case you do end up.
Wait,
holding
what
on
is the
to it.
value? Now I'm curious.
The ring is worth 150. The amulet is worth 80. So a total of 230 GP divided by 2 would be 115 experience for keeping it.
Oh, I don't care then. We'll
Not
give it
worth
back. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought.
Did you
Then now
level,
let's
Nick?
Go to
No.
individual awards. Player
mate.
has a clever idea. I've noted 2 clever ideas from MrMouton today. I wrote down what one of them was, which was the whole Lightstone Darkstone combo. I forgot what the other one was, but go ahead and take 150 experience, MrMouton, for your clever ideas, and
To each or to whichever I pick?
divide it between the 2.
Oh, okay.
And Nick, I see 2 clever ideas from you. The breaking into the architect's house to get information, and then the date with the daughter was well done. So you can grab those.
Okay. That's 300
nobody-
total or 150 total?
150 total. Nobody saved the party. Y'all role played your character well, but y'all do it well anyway, so I think it's fine. No single combat, so I think that is all the experience for today. Good job, party. I think this session had a lot of good role-playing opportunities and a lot of good puzzle solving and social problem figuring out. Well done across the board.
Thank you.
Very proud of you.
Thanks a lot. We try
Thanks, Neil.
to live up to your expectations every day.
Did your wizard level up, Nick, or how far are you?
I don't think so. But like, I need to start casting more spells.
True.
See what...
You'll have opportunities, I promise.
Oh, I'm close. Neil, can I get another little bit of XP here?
Yeah, totally. Next week.
Next session, yeah.
Does anyone have anything they want to contribute to the conversation or storyline?
No. I think next week we're gonna find that tomb in 10 minutes, and then be off to Wicthron Therunthra, or Wicthron
Yeah. Rarunda.
The capital,
Yeah.
what we call
the
it.
capital.
The
Yeah, sure.
capital.
Yeah, has a similar rhythm and pronunciation as Constantinople. Wicthron
Oh,
Rarunda.
that's a good way to think about it. You know, I've just remembered, like, we got that spell book, didn't we? I should have been learning some spells from that. Too busy getting drunk.
True.
Maybe next time. That could have leveled me up as well.
Alcohol getting in the way of productivity? What is this?
Who'd have thought it, eh?
Who would have thought? Cool. Steven, I think it's yours from here.
Yeah. I needed to write down. I need to add this to my schedule to write down like the new names and the questions or whatever. I'll do that next time. So any questions I missed this time, we'll get at the end of next session or whatever. Because I just don't have that on my schedule yet. But otherwise, yeah. Thanks for joining us. I guess you can find me at twitch.tv/destiny. Me and Mr. Mooton might do stuff after this. Mooton, where can people find you?
Twitch.tv/MrMouton. I'm going live. Me and Destiny have a sponsored game like immediately after this, so come watch.
Nick?
I don't stream or anything, but you can follow me on Twitter, AG_Greens.
And Koibu, what's your next campaign or thing going on?
It's a great question. I think we have critical feedback tomorrow. It's at 3 p.m. Pacific time. That's 6 p.m. Eastern time. That's sort of like your open office hours. If you have a problem with your D&D campaign and want to come in and get some advice on your campaign, either as a player or DM, swing by twitch.tv/Koibu at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern, and we'll help you out with your D&D problems.
Cool. Sounds good.
Amazing.
All right. Well, yeah, we'll catch you guys next week, same time. Yep.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Bye.